Thank you. Welcome to the first hearing of the committee's inquiry into the beneficial and productive post-mining land use. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today, pay my respect to their elders past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that are joining us here today in the room or online. My name's Emily Saval and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses with regards to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about remarks they may make to the media or others after completing evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage inquiry participants and witnesses to be mindful of these proceedings. Welcome, and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. If I could get you to start by stating your name and position title and swearing either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Jack Ayub, I'm an official of the Australian Workers' Union, New South Wales branch. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Ayub. And would you like to start by making an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Brief opening statement. I appear here today in support of the Mining and Energy Union submission. We are in alliance with them in the New South Wales Mines Alliance, as I'm sure you're aware. Work very closely with them. The question that we believe this committee is dealing with is what will be the legacy of mining? What will its legacy be in the state of New South Wales? And as part of that, there are a couple of elements. The first is that we would put that the people of New South Wales own these resources. Of course, they are extracted and sent overseas for profit by and large, but the people of New South Wales fundamentally own the resources. And those mining communities have some expectations about what post-mining land looks like and how that process is engaged. Principally underpinned by the fact that if people have good secure jobs, which they do have as a result of the mining industry, that we keep families and communities strong. But when mines wind down, they want to be involved in the process. And we think there's a way to do that. We also think that we ought to be looking at maximising the benefit of post-mining land use. And that may have a number of indicators which we can discuss. And the final contention that we put in support of the Mining Energy Union submission is that the current regulatory framework is not robust enough and not flexible enough to meet the expectations of community. And so if we want to see ourselves building social licence into the future, then we ought to have a better regulatory system, and there are examples of ways we can do that. So I think that broadly summarises the points that I want to put today.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions. I'm looking to the committee to see who wants to start. Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ayub. One of the things that comes out strongly in the MEU's submission is in relation to the need to understand where industries are going in order to reskill appropriately. Could you, I guess, inform the committee about the types of skills that workers currently have who are working on coal mine sites, and especially this idea that a lot of those skills are company certified, and what do you think is required in order to move towards workers that are skilled up for new industries?
I think that it would be impossible for me to summarise, basically, the skills that people acquire in mines, not only in coal mines, in metalliferous mines and other forms of extraction. And as you rightly put, many of those are on-the-job skills. You know, they're learned on the job, but they're still very significant in terms of their expertise and their quality. And they're not transferable in the sense that they're not recognised by the current frameworks we have. So I think what we've got to do is figure out a way that those skills recognised in the workplace, where they can be utilised in other environments, are transferable in a formal sense. Because I think there is a real concern in mining communities that as we move away from coal, and we know that coal will diminish, certainly domestically, the demand will diminish in the near future and internationally over a longer term, but we need to give people some sense that they can transfer into other workplaces. So I can't summarise them, but they are many and varied, and they're highly specialised, and I think they are redeployable if we have the right regulatory system in place.
So would a good first step then be like a skills audit of somebody who comes along and, basically we would have liked authorities to be in place already, but if there was some sort of a future jobs authority in place that could do that audit and actually work out what the skills are, which ones need to perhaps be given a formal qualification through TAFE or something else. Is that what we're looking for, some sort of skills audit and accreditation?
Yeah, and that's not only of benefit to the broader economy because we redeploy workers, but it also provides certainty for them that there's a formalised process. So whether it's an assessment to say these skills can be transferable, I think another good example is, we don't really have, and we probably should have, a renewable energy apprenticeship. I've been to many sites where we've got people rewiring the nation, to use that term, and we don't have apprenticeships that deal with the specific skills that those people need. So I think you're right, we need some formal authority that assesses and transitions these workers into other industries.
And I guess it's a two-way process then. We often talk about, so in the MEU submission, that they talk about if we knew what the industries of the future were, we would be able to plan our training better. But I guess also from an industry's perspective, from a government perspective, knowing what the skills are already would help feed in to what sort of industries would be viable in the future as well.
I think that's right. We have latent capacities, as it were, that are not entirely defined. So if we can define them and say, look, we've got within the government projection of 12,000 jobs lost, 1,000 of those people have this particular skill, which is redeployable here. Perhaps that suddenly makes that industry viable because we had latent expertise. So we can't simply say, oh well, we don't know what the future will look like, therefore we can't move. Let's figure out what we've got now, and that may prove ground for us to move. May prove ground for private industry to move too.
Thank you. Just a final question I'll hand over to my colleagues. I guess in a similar respect, we often talk about ensuring that, these coal communities that have kept the lights on for decades, that they're not only acknowledged, but I guess shepherded as well in terms of community infrastructure through the transition of ensuring that, the post office and the local corner shop and all the rest of it doesn't, I guess, go out of business while we're doing this sort of transition. Would we also then need some sort of a community infrastructure audit to see what would be at risk as we are transitioning? Is that It's one approach. I think as part of the submission, the Indomitsu example is very good. I know the Chair will be well across the detail of that. But if we, in great union tradition, but if we bring everyone to the table and we say, how best do we do this? We have industry there, we have the community represented, we have councils represented, as well as the unions. We're then in a position to say, okay, what's the maximum benefit? What is this community in need of? It may be the case that the best option is to return it to regenerated habitat. That might be the best option, but it's not in all cases. Can we do that and do something else that provides an amenity to the community? And there are examples in Western Australia, of course, where open-cut coal mines are turned into lakes for recreational use. I think that's an overall benefit to the community. So I think the critical piece is we've got to bring everyone to the table and say, look, we have broad agreement on this. The Indomitsu example is going to bring, I think it's $1 billion worth of economic activity. It's good for everyone. So we just got to break away this stigma that, the operator's taken their resources, they've sold them overseas, they've put into some, bond scheme that's insufficient that we set up in 2021, and they go away and the community's left. And I think the extension of that is that we cannot say with any intellectual legitimacy to these communities that they are included in the transition away from coal, and that's a critical piece. We can have them at the table. I think they want to be there, but we've got to build the table and invite them. So this really is my final question. So that lends itself then to, a a bottom-up structure. So we're looking at each community coming together to work out what's going to suit them and what the best needs of that community are, supported by these sorts of, government transition authorities.
I think so, and I think there's a beautiful phrase in here which I won't be able to find, but we should be prioritising the community's ideas about how they want to reuse these mines, not the regulators, because it's easy for the regulator to say, well, we'll just replace the strata of the soil, plant some trees, and see you later. That's not the best use, and I'm not saying they all have to be industrialised, but communities will have innovative solutions as to how we do this. So it's got to be a bottom-up approach supported by a top-down sort of regulatory structure.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Ayub, I might just follow on with a couple of questions of my own. How does the Australian Workers' Union view the potential that exists for beneficial and productive mining land use?
There's enormous potential, and the Indomitsu example I won't labour, but it's gold standard. And I think of particular focus for us, into the future, in 50 years' time, we know, in the next decade we're going to get a lot of metalliferous mining happening right across New South Wales. It's going to be exponential. Communities like Cobar are already thinking about what they do when those mines reach the end of their life. So, we're in a really good position to partner with them and say, here are all the possible potentials for use into the future. But at the cutting edge of that are coal communities, and the opportunities are endless, really.
And what role does your union play in advocating for the interests of workers in post-mining land use planning?
We don't really have a seat at the table. So, of course, things like this are helpful, but there is no real formal process for us to say, okay, because once the mine's shut down, our direct interests, the workforce in that place, have moved on. So we don't have a direct and legitimate, to use that word, seat to say, okay, this is what we think as a representative of the community and its workers ought to be done into the future. So it's very hard for us to do that at the moment.
Can I just ask a follow-up on that, Mr. Ayub? Is that a function of presumably the union had lobbied previous governments to that effect, but just putting the shutters up, or is it a case of there hasn't really been a formal structure that's been sought by the union or the government, or why is that? I mean, it's sort of a thing that you would assume would naturally occur to people to whip into shape and put together.
You would think so. I don't know the historic representations that have been made by us or the Mining and Energy Union, so I can't speak to that, but perhaps there was an approach by the previous government that we'll leave it in the hands of the regulator, and we don't need to engage a consultative process. So I imagine that's probably what happened.
Can I ask, Mr. Ayub, given the opportunity obviously that you have here on behalf of the workforce that you represent, when you're visiting sites and hearing from workers directly that work in these industries, what is it that they say that they want, and what are their concerns? And
It's a very perspicacious question, even though it's a simple one, because what I have to constantly confront in my conversations with people in the workplace is a sense that they're left out, particularly when it comes to energy production. We look after a lot of people who do overhead power lines. Now, they're getting a wonderful benefit in rewiring the nation, but if you talk with people in the coal mining space, the metalliferous mining space, whether they're directly impacted or not, they have a sense that they're not part of the energy transition. And so their principal concern is, am I going to have a job in the future? What's the impact of that on my family? And how does that impact my community? And certainly across Western New South Wales, again to use Cobar as an example, the mining in that area keeps it alive. The mining activity in the Hunter keeps the Hunter alive. There's a lot of good wine there, but there's also a lot else going on. And they're nervous. And so I think we've got to be innovative. I know there's good examples in Germany of bringing people with us and saying, look, the energy transition's got to happen. We're moving down that road. But here's your pathway through it. Here's how it affects your community and your family. And this is what it'll mean in real terms, And the first step in that is saying, come to the table. tell us what you need. How do we do this in a way that supports you and your family and your community?
Can I just ask a follow-up, Chair, because you mentioned the German sort of exemplar. Can you just outline a few of those things that were done over there? Because I hear this thrown up all the time, and it does seem as though they got it right to a certain extent. Can you just elaborate for the committee?
So one of the central features of the German system, particularly as it relates to coal, was the creation of a fund that allowed for pensions in the transition process. So we guaranteed the income, they guaranteed the income, of coal workers moving out of coal and transitioning into other employment. Now, maybe that's a model we want to look at, I don't know, but that was the central feature, to say, look, we've got to make this transition, but you and your family are going to be looked after through the process. So, those kind of things that touch on the psychological, moral foundations for people will make it easier for everyone.
And are you aware of the economics behind that fund? Like, how was it government funded, or did industry have to contribute, or?
I'm not. No, I don't know the details.
So basically, here's your income security. We'll try and get you another job if you're interested, but if you're not, you're going to be looked after financially.
Correct.
Can I ask, Mr. Ayub, in terms of you mentioned earlier that the workers that are, working in the coal mining industries don't feel that they are part of or don't have that connection to, our renewable energy transition. What is it that the government, what role could the government play in trying to better assist those workers to feel part of the solutions or feel some sort of connection to it? Because as I see it, they have a key role to play in terms of the skills that they have. And do they want to be part of the solution is, I suppose, the other question.
I think they do want to be part of the solution. I think the easiest way to achieve their involvement is to formalise the process. So, you could have a regulatory framework that says, this mine is coming to the end of its life in 2 years' time, 3 years' time. The government therefore requires that you create a committee process. The committee has to have X representatives on it, and you need to keep these things in mind. And I always, return to the wellbeing budget because I think it's a good guidepost. Are those the key indicators that these committees look at and say, okay, well, we want to go to post-mining land use. Here are the options we're going to discuss. Here's what it costs. And here are the key indicators government is imposing on us to look at. So really it's just a question of formalising these processes. And it comes back to the central point that we can't, none of us are foolish enough to leave this legacy to the sort of free market space because, operators are in it for profit. They'll get out of it whatever way they can, and they're gone, and the communities remain.
Just a final question for me before I pass to my colleagues. In terms of retraining, what have you heard from mining companies about retraining their workers in those mines that have flagged closure?
In terms of to other employment?
Yes. Or retraining in any way, yeah.
Yeah, not a great deal. I think that's in many cases beyond their concern. So I don't have any examples to hand of employers that are proactively retraining their workforce for other employment opportunities beyond their tenure with that employer.
Should they be?
I think it's an important question to investigate. I don't know whether you want a regulatory framework that says they must, but perhaps that is part of the transition. It's not something I've turned my mind to, but it's certainly worth considering.
Thanks. The Honourable Westphane.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayub, for appearing today. Obviously, the AWU represents workers in a number of fields, and we know that manufacturing in particular in Australia has been challenging. One of those challenges is obviously the high input costs, and one of those is electricity. So is it fair to say that the AWU is a big advocate for ensuring that we have a reliable, cheap means of generating electricity to ensure that we continue to have manufacturing jobs in Australia?
Yes.
Yeah. I was at in the previous term of Parliament, I was on an inquiry, and Misha Zielinski, who was then the Assistant National Secretary of the AWU, appeared before that inquiry. And he was particularly strong in his advocacy for nuclear power as a means of producing that effective baseload power at a that's reliable and cost effective. And is that still the opinion of the AWU?
No.
It's not.
No.
Why is that?
Well, I think we can rehash a national debate, but we certainly were very strong supporters of it, right through the 80s and 90s, because at that time we believed it was the right decision to take. It has been advocated by previous members of our union, as you articulate. But as we stand today, we don't believe that is the right way forward, particularly when many of our industries that we look after, you look at BlueScope, Tomago, Molycop and others, are already transitioning their systems to use renewable energy and gas as a transition. So what we want to do is advocate in their best interest, and they're not entertaining nuclear, the economics don't stack up, and we can rehash all of those conversations. But fundamentally we're representing their interest, and they're already on the path to using renewables.
So what's changed in the, I'll say, 4 or 5 years since Mr. Zielinski appeared before this Parliament?
Well, 4 or 5 years has elapsed. We've lost time on this, and we can't afford to go back down the time tunnel and experiment with this. It's extremely expensive. It'll take a long time to get up and running. And in the decade while we are wandering back down the time tunnel and all the investment goes overseas and elsewhere, those industries will die anyway. So, as I said, they're already transitioning towards using renewables with gas as a transition fuel. We're going to support them to keep doing what they're doing.
Would you agree with me that the use of former mining sites for generation of nuclear power might be a win-win for the communities where jobs are potentially required, for generation of electricity, for manufacturing, and for the greater populace, both in New South Wales and across Australia, to provide reliable baseload power? That land use would be a very sensible, very economic way of rehabilitating mine sites and providing not only jobs but baseload power to Australia.
Yes, but again, it has many difficulties with it. So on a thumbnail sketch, it might appear as you characterise it. However, one simple consideration is we don't have the workforce in Australia. We don't have, we look after the nuclear industry were it to exist in Australia. We have ANSTO and others. But the fact is we don't have those skills in this country. And so, we can spend the next couple of decades building these power stations and building up that workforce, that we can flick the switch on and it'll work then. But I can guarantee you by that time, with the fleeing of investment to other countries and other jurisdictions, Molycop, BlueScope and others will have shut down.
But I guess if I'm to break down the differences between when I guess the previous evidence was given to the Parliament and now, the rollout of renewables is effectively stalled. There's not the capacity in the system for the renewable energy supply of power. The demands are only set to increase if we look at the increased use of electricity in both housing and cars, given that some jurisdictions are, looking to ban gas appliances. The requirements are only increasing. That's increasing the price of electricity. That is surely going to create a risk to your members, the workers that you represent. And 5 years ago, your union recognised that nuclear power was the only way to provide clean baseload power. Are you saying that your workers can survive on a majority of renewable energy power alone to protect their jobs?
Yes, we can achieve it. Yes, I mean there's an extraordinary confluence of things in your question.
They tend to do that.
Yeah, but so I can't deal with them all. But the point is, as I put it to you, these large manufacturers are already moving in the direction of renewables using gas as firming.
Yep.
Now that takes some time, but it doesn't take anywhere near as long as it takes to build a nuclear reactor. And you're already one step down the time tunnel. I mean, you're back 5 years. You know.
Yep. So my
Times
final
change.
question, and it will be my final one, unlike Ms. Boyd, who tends to, to say one thing and then sometimes do another. My final question is are you 100% convinced that the Labor government, both state and federal's move to renewable energy will not cost a single job of your members?
Well, we can't say that for certain. Transitions are
Depends how it's
difficult,
done.
they are complicated, but what we can do is be innovative in how we make those transitions, and that's part of the Mining and Energy Union submission, certainly part of my support of that submission. So, we know that as coal diminishes, certainly domestically over the medium term and internationally over the long term, there's a potential 12,000 jobs lost. Now, we're here to discuss how best we ameliorate that, and I don't agree with the underlying sort of proposition in your question that we ought to build a nuclear reactor, because it's a long way away, and those guys aren't
Mr.
skilled.
Ayub, I feel like your union was very supportive of it right up until it became coalition policy, and then you've walked away from it at a million miles an hour, and I think your members are going to be the
Point of order.
That might be my
It's been a
assessment,
point
but
of order
I've spoken to a
raised.
lot more of our members than you have, I dare say.
Sorry, we've just got a point of order.
There's a statement with a view to proffering an argument. If the member has a question, he should put it. Simple as that.
I'll just remind all members about the procedural fairness resolution under that the House has adopted, and we shall move on, perhaps. Mr. Higginson,
Yeah,
sorry.
Thanks. I've just got a couple of questions. Thanks, Mr. Ayub. Are you aware at the moment, in rough, rubbery terms, of what actually could be the potential transfer of job for job into renewable energy generation within our areas?
No, I don't have those figures to hand, no.
But what I'm saying is, has some of that work been done? Is that something you have? Are you looking at those, working on those in terms of your representations to government and communities at the moment?
Well, certainly our national office will be looking into those issues and figuring out how best we navigate this. There's, unfortunately, I'll use a sort of sad example. There was 250 people laid off at Mollycott, which used to be Comsteel. Now, big part of that was that there were changes in electricity offers and so on, all that sort of stuff. So there is pain being felt here, but we are thinking about how best we move through that. And as I've already articulated, many of the employers we look after are already well on the transition. So, it's a space we're deeply interested in, obviously, and trying to do our best to advocate in.
And so with that, that's an area where you think current New South Wales government regulator work should be doing more to assist unions in terms of that, the actual transfer, job for job?
I think so. It can't be left to a sort of informal circumstance or an out-servicing, outplacing, that kind of thing. We can actually have a formal process. And I think it, again, I go back to that sort of through line of the transition. The public at large have elected governments to make these transitions. The government is making those transitions. It's therefore got a responsibility to the people who will be impacted to bring them along on the journey. And you would know yourself that being a public office holder, that you're always better off when you bring people on the journey, and it often costs very little to do so.
Mm-hmm. And so with that, when you referred to you may have done that type of analysis yourself based on what's in the pipeline for our renewable projects, is that information that you might be able to provide?
Potentially, I can take that on notice and see if
you.
our head office has it. Yes,
Thank
certainly.
you. And then we've received quite a few submissions to this inquiry, and one of them refers very much to the extinction debt that sort of exists at the moment because of some of these projects really generating that nature deficit because of obviously the industrial scale of these projects. Is there something where do you, and I noticed you said very early on in your initial opening statement about lands, potentially the best highest is the repair, the regeneration for native habitat and so on. Is your union and representative groups supportive of that kind of nature positive approach to the transition? Because it's been put to us in a submission, a couple of submissions, and just love to know your view on that.
I think our view is that we shouldn't be stuck in one train, and so I think there's going to be a different reuse of the land in every area. So if we just lock up and say, oh well, we're going to turn everything into natural habitat, that's probably not getting the best possible outcome. Can we, I'm just using examples here, but if we have 100% of land that's to be reused, perhaps 25% of it gets jettisoned for a purpose that the public wants, whether that's a recreational facility, water, a motor park, whatever it is, and then the other 75% is rehabilitation. So I think we've got to be flexible in it, but we certainly wouldn't turn away from rehabilitation, particularly if that's what the community wanted.
And are you aware in terms of, sorry, I've got one more, are you aware in terms of, what kind of, because that's a lot of regeneration, ultimately over looking at a sort of decade and an important work if we are to try to recalibrate the extinction debt. Is how it was best described in one of the submissions to me. Are you aware of what, is there a workforce that is required in that work, and where does that workforce, as far as you're concerned, come from?
Well, look, it's sort of poignant in that the last couple of weeks I've been dealing with some bush regeneration employers. They pay their people very little and they don't look after them. And I'm having those fights at the moment, and it's proving very difficult. But that workforce will have to increase, there's no question. I think we ought to be, in terms of government procurement, if we're getting those people on board, making sure that they've got the right working conditions. But, another example of what will be required is seed. If we are going to have mass regeneration, we need seed. And, don't tell anyone, but, I wag school quite a few times to go and pick seed. And it's not the most pleasant job in the world, and you don't get paid a terrible lot. But we're going to have a lot of that. So where's all that coming from? That'll create industry and economic activity, of course. But then the sort of question for me is, what is the ongoing benefit to the community? So if we have just done regeneration, yes, we can get jobs through that process, but have we got the maximum benefit? And perhaps it's simple as the community wanting a path through this regeneration as part of some national parks initiative. But how do we get the best possible outcome? And it may not be regeneration, it may be reindustrialisation, it may be recreational use. But yes, it's certainly true there will be a workforce in that rehabilitation.
And just finally, just on the I know we're
good at that.
I'm sorry, it's
fine.
the thing.
It's
the
fine.
thing. You think you're finished, and then all of a sudden you keep going.
I'm
We're unstoppable, Wes. That's the problem. Sorry, Mr. Ayub. Just
That was a
finally,
statement. That's why I
the
did it like that.
45 final voids. Is that something that your sector is really considering? I know that you gave the Western Australia example, but we've got 45 final voids, and we're still trying to work out in terms of what that means for groundwater equilibrium over hundreds and hundreds of years. Are you putting thought into what that looks like in terms of the beneficial reuse and the future?
Not directly. I'm sure certainly the Mining and Energy Union was probably doing a fair bit of that work and that forward thinking. But to pull out something from that example, I mean, it may be the case that only 2 or 3 of those pits need to be put to reindustrialisation or other community uses, and the rest are rehabilitated, because it is a lot. So again, I think that's where we've got to go to a formalised, regulated model where the community gets to say, okay, how best do we do this? And I would suggest that, a community that's got 4 pits around it is not going to say, well, we want them all turned into lakes. They're going to want a lake and some other stuff. So
I think that's pretty good speculation.
Yeah. So I mean, I wouldn't want 4 lakes because I burn under a strong light bulb, but But I think we've got to do as best we can to entrust some authority into the communities and the workers affected.
Thank you very much.
So just to
Sorry.
follow on.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll throw to you next. Beth. Yeah.
The when the New South Wales Labor government, so, you know, when New South Wales Labor first came into government, there was, on the back of the election, there had been a lot of talk about a fully funded transition authority, which we now are seeing as the Future Jobs and Investment Authority's model. But the policy platform has changed over time. We now have after the last conference, I understand we now have something that's not necessarily fully funded and doesn't have as much focus on ensuring retraining and reskilling. From your perspective, what are the fundamental attributes that are whatever we want to call it, but this sort of transitions authority must have in order for it to be successful?
One of the critical parts of it is who's paying for it, and I think it's not optimal to say that the taxpayer should pay for it, because fundamentally what we're saying there is, well, the mine operators come in, it's given us these really good salaries and jobs, that's their only social responsibility. Then we're going to say to the taxpayer, okay, you can foot the bill to fix this up. So one of the parts of the submission is the implementation of a levy. I think that is an important way forward, because we know that there are mines around the place that haven't been regenerated yet.
So many.
And so what are we saying? Well, the taxpayer ought to cop that, and the operators run away with the profit. So a levy that goes into a central fund that would support the operation of whatever this transition organisation is doing, I think is probably the most optimal solution.
Any other elements, do you think, of what should, in terms of what that authority should do? We spoke before about having, it being sort of grassroots up, so communities up. But in terms of the focus of that authority, how much of it, I guess, should be on jobs, how much on reskilling, or is it really it should be doing all of the things, and anything less than
Well, I
that's
think
not going to work?
it's got to facilitate all the things and be involved in each of those elements to a greater or lesser degree. So, retraining, job skills, all that sort of stuff, that has to be done in a formal way, because you can't do that by consultation. So it's going to have to be directly taking carriage of that, figuring out a way that people apply through systems and so on. I don't claim to be able to build a bureaucracy here on the spot, but that's one element. If you're then talking about what we do with post-mining land, well, I think that whatever the regulator, the authority, the commission is doing, it should merely be facilitating and overseeing the sort of good faith negotiations between employers, unions, community groups and others. Councils particularly, I mean, they're the closest level of government here and probably going to have to administer it. So, that's another function. So I think it's got to be quite a dynamic force, and we can't have a block that says, we're doing transitioning. Well, a lot of elements in that, and each of those require a different level of force from government.
And one of the big worries is that as we move into new industries, that again, because it's it has been primarily market driven so far, that we will end up with lots of sort of snowy 2.0s where we end up with workers' rights being being sort of trodden over, and private enterprise coming and taking all of the benefits. Should that transition authority also have a role in ensuring community benefits in new industries?
Oh, I think so. Absolutely, yeah. And that, if you were to set up a committee process where, again, framed by some commission, and that has key indicators, I mentioned the wellbeing budget as some example of key indicators, if that committee takes the decision collectively to say, we want to bring in whatever company to do, another Snowy Hydro-esque project, I think it's then incumbent on government to make sure that that's done in the best possible way. That we don't have the mistakes we've seen in other places. So whether it's regeneration, it's recreational use or reindustrialisation, it's got to be done with the best interest of the community in mind, and that has many layers to it, but I think the government's got to be involved in that.
Thank you.
The Honourable Peter Primrose.
I think you've actually alluded to what I was going to get to in your answer to Ms. Boyd's question, and that was the source of revenue to do these, because there are endless wants, but where you actually get the money to do it, other than from consolidated revenue. You mentioned the levy. Could you maybe just elucidate a bit on that and indicate whether it would, what else might be included there? For example, in terms of exploration licences, I mean, actually having a levy on an exploration licence as well, rather than essentially having almost as something you get out of a cornflakes packet at the moment.
Yes.
So could you possibly elucidate on that?
I'll do my best. I think you've done it for me. We need to be looking at how we guarantee the social responsibility of these organisations, because there's no one is under any illusion that they're making enormous profits, and there is a general sentiment in the community, I think held by almost all, that they don't repay that wonderful privilege they get to make money. So is it the case that when an exploration licence is sought, there's a fee that's attached to that, it goes into a fund? Is there a levy that's paid based on the duration of the mine? That all of those things ought to be looked at, and they ought to be, I think, put into a central fund where we can then say, okay, the rehabilitation of this mine or the reindustrialisation of it costs X, Y and Z. And also, if something's being reindustrialised, a mine pit's being reindustrialised, it's probably more likely that the company reindustrialising it bears most of the cost, and the government doesn't have to. But certainly in regeneration, rehabilitation, it would. So I think that there's got to be some way of getting revenue, because the current bond scheme that came through the amendment in 21 obviously isn't working. The term full cost, is a flexible one. So. And of course the Auditor General, made submission that it's got to be increased by 25-50%. So I think a levy is the best way to go, and I think there are many points at which a levy could be paid.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Were there any final questions from my colleagues? Did you have any final questions? No?
I'll resist the
They'll resist. Good on you, Wes. Restraint. Thank you so much, Mr. Ayub, for taking the time to appear and give evidence to the inquiry. Our committee secretariat will be in touch with you about any questions that were taken on notice. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome to our next witness. Thank you so much for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. If I could ask you to start by stating your name, position title, and swearing either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Thank you. My full name is Martin Lawrence Rush. I am the Director of Economics and Policy at the Future Together Group, which provides policy advice to mining and energy councils in New South Wales. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making an opening statement?
Can I thank the members of the committee and the Parliament generally for this inquiry? I represent here today an organisation of 17 mining and energy councils in rural New South Wales. This is an extremely important matter for them. Getting this right, we only have one chance of it, a chance at the issue of economic transition and getting it right. I've seen communities in Europe, particularly in northern England, where it has not been done well, and even 30 years after the event, disadvantage continues. So this is something about which I am absolutely passionate that we get right, and so are the member councils of mining and energy councils. I just want to make 4 key points, and then I think the value will no doubt be in the questions. The first is that strong governance around that is critical in whatever mechanism or vehicle is chosen to undertake the task. It can't be, if I might say, general community representation. You want the actors with tools and capacity at the table as actors, as partners in the transition management process, and typically that's all levels of government who bring different strategic intervention tools and powers. It's the knowledge sector who bring leading practice and who bring diverse skills and expertise from various disciplines. It is the worker unions who are critical, and of course key parts of industry in the energy and mining sector, because they bring powers to have whole of family adjustment programs, and all sorts of other worker transfer schemes and other powers that the government, despite its broad reach, can't reach into. So we want those tools at the table. Early intervention is critical as well. It's one of the leading practice learnings from over the last decade is that early intervention does make a difference, particularly in building adaptive capacity in these workforces. And that the whole of the community matters. These are international scale industries operating in often very small rural communities. The Hunter, for example, accounts for some 14% of globally traded thermal coal. It's not a small industry. And asking particularly the smaller communities of the Upper Hunter to manage that transition and the loss of value-added production over a relatively short period of time is far too challenging for those small communities without the support of the level of government that has responsibility for regional economic development, including regional economic transition, the state government. And finally, the timing of the interventions is critical. I thank you very much for the opportunity to give evidence. I look forward to answering whatever questions you may have.
Thanks so much, Mr. Rush. We'll now move to questions, starting with the Honourable, Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Not honourable. Thank you.
Dishonourable.
Not dishonourable, just not honourable. Good morning, Mr. Rush. Thank you very much for coming and for your submission. I was wondering if you could talk to us a bit more about the Muswellbrook Shire Council example, and particularly I'm interested in, my understanding is that there was sort of different stakeholders coming together who then pitched the plan to the companies involved. But I'm curious as to whether any sort of financial assistance was then given by AGL and, I'm going to say it wrong, Adamitsu. So, yeah, how did that sort of work in terms of the financial backing?
The council did bring significant financial resources to the table, and that was used to leverage both financial and in-kind contributions, more typically financial contributions from the other levels of government, but there were financial contributions particularly from the mining sector, and not always the mines directly involved because of the arrangements that council had struck through voluntary planning agreements with the broader mining industry. But more typically it was in-kind contributions from industry, and particularly from the Workforce Union, the Mining and Energy Union. Council really did play a facilitating role in making sure that the efforts that were being undertaken were the right ones, the best value for the resources being deployed, but also making sure that there was probity around those strategic interventions, particularly where proposals were for further development on the land. So it was very careful to make sure that there were probity and governance arrangements around that. I think what worked about that model was that the people with capacity and the tools to make a difference, whether it was the negotiating of, in that particular case, worker transfers to other parts of Idemitsu and other parts of AGL, particularly as the Liddell power station was closing, but of course AGL also had Bayswater power station to which it could transfer part of its workforce. No forced redundancy policy is not something that the government can reach into, but leading corporate practice together with leading practice workforce union policy outcomes can negotiate in the best interest not only of the workforces and their own corporate ambitions, but also the wider community, because you preserve that economic value and those skills in the community. So really, the point I would make is that it's having a governance vehicle, as is proposed in the issues paper for the government's transition authorities, that are made up of local representation, but not necessarily representatives of the key stakeholders, is, in my view, not leading practice. We want at the table local government, bearing in mind that those two consents are local council consents in the Muswellbrook example. Both the Idemitsu coal mine and the Liddell power station were local government consents. They weren't state government consents, and therefore local council had a particularly important role to play and ought to have had a seat at the table. One of the fears I have and one of the experiences I have historically is that local government, when they're invited to have some representation in these vehicles, has had a representation which has not been a direct one or an ex officio one. That matters for an accountability point of view. You want your local government rep to be accountable on behalf of the council or the group of councils that sent them there. They have a job to do, and it's not just representation. Accountability, of course, is equally important. Having the workforce union at the table, not as a representative of unions generally, but a representative of the union most directly and intimately connected to the transition management task, is critical. Having the industry there, yes, there's probity issues around that that need to be managed. And of course, when council engaged in some of the work it did, for example, the pumped hydro energy scheme work at Bells Mountain, which was a council feasibility, we clearly did not announce in advance that that work was being done, either to the two industry players or indeed anyone outside of the council. We went through a very transparent tender process in making sure that that project went ahead, and as you will have read in the submission, that project was ultimately won by the partnership of Idemitsu and AGL, who happened to be at the table and happened to be their site. So it was, in one sense, obvious that they were going to win it, but nonetheless we went through a very transparent and independent tender process to bring that about. But having those entities at the table and exploring the sorts of options that might give rise to further economic investment is critical. They have very valuable water resources, land resources, and of course extremely valuable labour resources, worker resources. And that's something that is worth capturing in these regional economies and redeploying. They also have very valuable built infrastructure as well, most of which is slated under planning consents for decommissioning. And that might nonetheless remain, of course, the best outcome, but not always. In the case of Muswellbrook Coal, which for most of its 105, I think, year continual existence was an underground mine. In more recent decades it was open cut, but it still had very valuable hard stand, very valuable infrastructure, which could potentially, and in part now has been reused for other industrial activity, or is proposed for other industrial activity. They're very valuable resources. And if the decommissioning costs associated with some of this infrastructure can be avoided or delayed, it is a very powerful in-kind investment to the transition effort. Of course, that is only valuable if it's planned well in advance and has a very genuine public benefit. It's not, it should never be deployed in spite of environmental and planning responsibilities. But if, when the holder of the land or whatever the resource is, whether it be built or land or water or whatever, they are very focused on winning coal as efficiently and as affordably as possible, or producing energy as affordably and reliably and sustainably as possible. But when they start to turn their mind, and one of the great innovations in planning law in New South Wales is to bring a lot of that planning forward, there's a lot more work to be done, particularly around the social planning. And making sure the social planning is happening 10 years out. We do a lot of the environmental planning now 10 years before closure or longer. In fact, we're planning continuously for the environmental outcomes from the moment a new mine starts, but not so the social impact. There's no requirement often for a social closure plan, but that is equally as important, because in places like Lithgow, for example, 43% of the economy comes from these industries and will disappear over a comparatively very short period of time. That's not without significant disruption. Of course, those figures are even bigger in the Hunter because of the scale of the industry.
Can I ask you, as part of that Muswellbrook case study, two questions. The first one is, was there any sort of community benefit scheme in the new projects that were being proposed, and is there a direct community benefit in terms of financial amounts coming back into the community from that? And the other one, which is probably the more important question, is in relation to the clean-up of Liddell. We know that that's an incredibly polluted site. There's a whole lot of coal ash sitting in unlined pits. Was sort of best practice rehabilitation of that site part of the overall community plan?
I think the Liddell plan, in terms of leading practice, is still in its very early stages. I do want to keep making the point that the earlier we can get into this in some sort of responsible way and collegial way in terms of the actors at the table, the better. And you will remember that some of the ambitions of AGL were somewhat curtailed by what was happening at a federal level in terms of energy policy and various changes in direction. And I think AGL to some extent changed their direction as a consequence of some of that politics at the Commonwealth level. But I think their plan was a good one and remains a good one in terms of the reuse of those very valuable assets. Often these companies have on their asset sheets hundreds of millions of dollars in remediation liability for the decommissioning and remediation, rehabilitation of these sites. And if that can purposefully be used without reducing the environmental consequences and the ultimate environmental outcomes in a way that also generates economic and social outcomes, I think that's extremely positive. Capturing value from these projects is something that needs a lot more work in terms of the new projects I'm talking about, capturing that value. It's one thing to say that Lithgow, for example, has 43% value-added production from coal and energy at the moment. The industries likely to replace it moving forward won't generate the same component of income from labour, that the labour component of income that these other industries have historically. But we can still capture it. And that might be through benefit sharing programs, through different models of taxing, through voluntary planning and other planning contribution arrangements. And a lot of that work will depend upon the type of development that will replace it. For pumped hydro, the council will no doubt be able to capture some of that value through the rating of that system, which is still half, if you like, a thermal coal power station. It's still got the generation side, it's just the energy coming into it is very different. So it will still have considerable jobs, and a lot of the other renewable projects and other projects proposed will have considerable jobs. As it happens, the work on the Muswellbrook coal site is likely to have more operational jobs than when it was a full operating coal mine. But there are other ways to capture value too, and I think we just need to be more flexible about making sure these communities have that value coming back into their economies.
Thank you.
Mr. Rush, I might ask you now, you touched on in some of your remarks about planning, and obviously this is going to be a key part of ensuring the mining transformation occurs. What are the key planning levers from a Mining and Energy Council's perspective that can be activated to achieve positive outcomes in these mining impacted local government areas?
There is considerable specificity around environmental considerations in the mining and energy state planning policy. In our respectful submission, that same specificity doesn't or isn't attached to the economic and social considerations, and I think they could be improved. You will remember not so long ago that primacy in the triple bottom line assessment was given to economics, and that has been reversed. But the community does matter. Very often it's the communities in some of these coal regions, and I think particularly of Northern Europe and Northern England, it's the next generation that sometimes bears the full impact of the transition in a way that the existing generation doesn't as much. And so making sure that those community considerations are also specified in terms of more concrete outcomes are important. And leading practice is going that way. For example, when AGL abandoned its coal seam gas ambitions in Gloucester, they set up a community fund. If such a fund were deployed more generally in these larger mining activities across the Hunter as a reflection of corporate leading practice of the type AGL delivered into Gloucester, the outcomes could be enormous. But we don't have that framework set up. The social criteria in the mining and energy SEP is, if I might say, underdeveloped. And I think there is fertile ground to specify that in a much more solid way, and I know that the Net Zero Economic Authority, as I hope it will be, has some considerable teeth to do some of that work to encourage the corporate sector to manage these transitions in a leading practice way, and I'd certainly like to see that. The vehicle to do it in New South Wales would be the Mining and Energy State Planning Policy, and certainly Mining and Energy Councils has some fairly advanced suggestions in what some of that social criteria might look like in closure planning and the time in which closure planning needs to be considered well before the final mining operation plans, and in really it should be something that's thought about from the day the first sod of soil is turned. I think there are other things, other ways that industry could be levied and others could be levied to make sure that this work is done. Another critical point is, of course, the earlier it's done, the less that public subsidy required. So it's in everyone's interest, particularly those being asked to provide a subsidy or some other strategic intervention, to want that intervention to occur now and not as the present state of play is 2028, before which time transitioning communities do not have access to resources for rejuvenation, for example.
You mentioned you had the Merck had some advanced suggestions about what those considerations could be. Are you happy to provide that to the committee either now or perhaps on notice, if that's better for you?
Was on notice in terms of detail, but certainly yes. I can provide more detail.
Yeah.
I think an enormous amount of work has been done to improve the cost-benefit assessment process by Treasury New South Wales. But I think a lot more work could be done around the assessment of the cost-benefit of soft infrastructure, which tends to be more community-based infrastructure of enormous value. We know, for example, from evidence in other transitioning regions, that one of the best investments you can make is in the adaptive capacity of the future workforce, the emerging workforce. And that's often made through investment in science, technology, engineering and mathematics education. You don't see the return of it, often for 10 or 15 years, because the leading interventions are in the first few years of primary school education. But we know long term, and committee members will know this was the subject of some consideration also by the Australian Productivity Commission in its 2017 Regional Transitions Review. We know that they're some of the best interventions, but it is hard to measure under the existing Treasury guidelines in terms of the cost-benefit outcomes. We can do a lot more of that work, I think, to build much more specificity in and around the mining and energy state planning policy in terms of where we would like to see the workforce outcomes, particularly in those communities where the mining and energy is very intense and the proportion of the economic value is very large. I think in those circumstances, these international scale industries do have an obligation to reach beyond their direct impacts and look at what impact their departure would have from that economy, including on people not even directly involved in the workforce. Because when you have a retreating workforce, you also means that it's putting, you're losing the nurse that's married to the coal miner and so on and so forth. So you do need to consider what those externalities are from your corporate operation, and you need to understand that in a whole of community context.
And which mine sites have you and your organisation identified as being key post-mine sites in the Hunter Valley in particular?
Well, it's a difficult issue, and we haven't identified any as an organisation, but there are. It's a case-by-case situation. One of the advantages Muswellbrook Coal had is the void that's to be reused for pumped hydro was identified because it was impervious in terms of water penetration. Most voids aren't. Now, as soon as you have to line a void, it doesn't really become economic to provide it. You need around a 600 metre drop, as I understand it, from that Stokes and Blaker's ANU academic article, for it to be economically repurposed for pumped hydro ordinarily. It depends on all sorts of other things, but you're sort of looking at that drop. Now, Bell's Mountain is around 550, but it's very close to other infrastructure. So we knew when we looked at that site, but we looked at other things too, the quality of the wind resource, the quality of the solar resource. We looked at what the other voids might purposefully be used for. In the case of Mount Arthur, where the void is 6 to 8 kilometres, that will not be without its challenges. And whether it's purposeful for pumped hydro is for experts to comment on. But it is a case, I have to tell you, that every mine will be different. The department responsible, Mining and Geosciences, if I might say, promised to look at this for some considerable period of time on a mine-by-mine basis. But as I understand it at this stage, the only level of government doing that work for those mines is local government, which one doesn't have responsibility typically to do it and certainly isn't resourced to be able to do it. So it was council for the Muswellbrook coal site, council for the Liddell site. I understand Singleton Council is undertaking that work in the Singleton local government area and Lake Macquarie in its local government area. The state government, it's time for the state government to come to the table.
Thank you. I understand you work closely with Lithgow Council,
Yes.
speaking of local councils, on their sort of local plans. In terms of Lithgow and the central west of New South Wales, where do you see as locations to invest in economic diversification to create these long-term stable jobs that we need?
It's got to hinge off a region's competitive and comparative advantages. If it doesn't, frankly, it's a waste of strategic intervention and public money, because these things must be able to stand on their own 2 feet sustainably in the long term, and that means they've got to be competitive internally. For Lithgow, the council has identified its water resource as being extremely advantageous. It has a large catchment, it has very little evaporative loss. We know that's a real advantage, and when industry does not need to as intensely use that water resource, it's presently used for energy generation in the main, that is a real advantage that community has to attract new industry and high value industry at that. Some of that will be renewables. We know that proximity to Sydney, particularly the new Western Sydney Airport, will be enormously advantageous to the Lithgow community, as well as the comparative affordability of its land. We know that has a very skilled workforce in particular industries that can be re-put, and we know that its proximity to key infrastructure, rail, gas in the case of Central West, is enormously advantageous. So they've identified, as part of the Lithgow Emerging Economy Plan, a range of industries that they want to explore attracting to the local government area. One of the issues for Lithgow is the availability of industrial land at market to be able to attract investment. That's why some of the forward planning that transition management should be undertaking now is so critical. On the supply side, adaptive capacity of the workforce is something we need to be doing now. But on the demand side, the job creation side, we do also need to be looking particularly at the planning system and making sure communities like Lithgow have the resources they need to identify and support with infrastructure the sort of land that will attract investment at scale. That's their problem number one at the moment. And any resources that could be brought to bear to overcome that would be great. And I don't want to sound simplistic about it. I'm someone who works closely with Lithgow Council. I know it to be true that we do not at this point have industry land at market, and it's a huge issue for us, and we are doing our best to overcome that problem. In terms of specific sites, there are a range of energy as well as mining sites in Lithgow that could be re-put to an economic use. We are confident of that, but there is work to be done to get them to market. It's one thing to have a site which looks on paper to be very valuable because of those utility, proximity and resource connectivity issues. It's another to have them ready for an investor. In a previous life I worked in Muswellbrook Council, and I know, because I dealt with it almost on a fortnightly basis, a party, often a very large international party, wanting to consider the Liddell site. But once they realised the zoning wasn't right, the infrastructure wasn't correct, and the key aspects of the planning system weren't ready, they walked away for other international sites. And we're talking about large data companies and other companies that would have added enormous value to the New South Wales economy. We need to get those sites at market and ready to be the subject of investment.
Thank you. The Honourable Scott Farlow. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just picking up on those points you made. Firstly, would you take it on notice in terms of the updates you'd like to see to the SEP? You said they were fairly well formed. Be interested for this committee to have a look at those as we're looking at making our recommendations. To that point, in terms, I guess, just on that,
Mr. Rush nodded, so that might just help Hansard and the committee secretariat acknowledge that he took it on notice.
Thank you very much. To that point as well, in terms of actually the post-mining land use, I guess for the mining companies themselves, in many ways, it would be just easier to transition these sites to effectively non-productive uses. That could, in some cases, be the most cost-effective way to rehabilitate a site. But in terms of actually going through that process, what do you think that the government can do to be able to broaden some of the uses that you could have for post-mining land usage? As you've outlined, some of that comes down to fairly simple changes in zoning and the like to be able to have them ready to go, so to speak, to the market to continue to have as a productive use.
It's not for me, I guess, to work out where the proportion of funding should come from to do the work. But in terms of the work that, in my view, needs to be done, a site-by-site master planning and analysis of the best uses of those future sites should be done. It should be site-specific for every site. There's no way that you could easily do it as a survey of all sites in New South Wales, and it needs to have the key parties at the table when that work is done, including the workforce unions, the knowledge sector, the industry, the particular industry player involved, as well as all levels of government, when that analysis is done and reviewed. Every site will legitimately be different. There are some sites where built infrastructure will struggle as a consequence of historical underground mining, for example, where the grouting cost would make any further built work challenging from an economic point of view. There are other sites that sit within critical areas of macro landscape connectivity across New South Wales, and I think particularly of some of the mines in the northwest of Muswellbrook Shire, which sit between the World Heritage Area and the Great Eastern Ranges. And those are open cut mines, and unquestionably, in my view, the best reuse of those sites is for remediation and rehabilitation to first class native vegetation. But there are other mines that are sitting in areas of considerable industrial disturbance, where the environmental values that could be achieved aren't as valuable, that might happily be re-put to some economic or social use. every mine is different. And I think there is no escaping the hard work of doing and requiring a long-term planning outcome that considers those triple bottom line assessments. I think the government will have to play a role given the consents were won, and there'll be all sorts of sovereign risk arguments if this work is landed upon industry to do solely. I think industry has a role to play in the resourcing of it, and a very serious role to play in the resourcing of it, but I think government too has a role to play. So the key points for me are the right people have to be at the table. It can't just be the industry player, it needs to be others that bring tools to the task. The Commonwealth Government for the Muswellbrook coal site, for example, were very interested to make sure that essentially the extension of the Hunter Expressway as a Muswellbrook bypass had a sufficient grade separated interchange at that site to enable the pumped hydro, the wind and the other composting and other activities. The Commonwealth Government has a role to play, and sequencing and timing that infrastructure so that it's not gold plated is what they might bring. For example, the Commonwealth has an interest, as we know, around the industrial transition as well for workers. The state government has, particularly the mines that it regulates through the planning process, have a role to play, and perhaps even separately of planning. I mean, planning do need to sit back at arm's length and regulate and assess all this. But there may be the capacity through these authorities that are proposed by the government to do some of that work with planning expertise that sits separately of the regulators and independently of the regulators to be able to undertake that work and provide more than just a concierge, but also be at the table really trying to identify what the advantages of the site are from a whole of state point of view. There's no point having it, that's the other thing about comparative and competitive advantage, it ceases to have those benefits if everyone's doing it. So you really do need to identify what is the real advantage, not the imagined advantage or the wished advantage of that community's economy. And so it's important to have other players than mere industry. I don't diminish the role of industry, it's critical. I found in a visit recently to Latrobe Valley that some of the greatest economic input was being made by the Mining and Energy Union, who looked at some of the proposals of some of the key actors who were managing the transition there and said it was never going to work. Why were they investing in these particular jobs? They had a sense of reality about the outcomes for their workers, and of course they're invested to make sure that their workers are getting the highest value jobs reasonably possible in that economy. So having them at the table is valuable. Also from a community perspective, having a shared narrative and a shared accountability actually does work for transition, because you have everyone really impassioned to do this correctly and to make sure it works, and not to have a combative process but a collegial one and a collaborative one. So I would certainly encourage that as well. But yes, I think government, the state government particularly, do have a role to provide so much funding as is necessary to facilitate the collaboration and to do whatever early studies might be required to identify what the comparative and competitive advantages are, and do those very critical triple bottom line evaluations of the site.
So you've outlined in your submission, of course, the Emetsu example, and we've heard about that earlier today as well. 7 years was the timeline that was given in terms of notification. Is 7 years adequate, or is there more time ideally that you would like to see in terms of notification of a closure and a reuse? Or?
Look, I think 7 years is reasonable. I would say that 10 years is optimal. That's what I would think.
Yep.
Because the workforce issues particularly, if you're doing strategic interventions in a school system, and the schools are geared, and the guidance, and particularly the parental guidance, but often the institutional guidance to students doesn't direct them, but presupposes often, even if indirectly, a particular jobs pathway that may not be there in 10 or 15 years. And if you're intervening with STEM education particularly when a child is 9 or 10. They're entering the workforce 10 years later. And so I think some of the labour supply issues, some of the worker supply, the adaptive capacity of the workforce, by which I mean geographic as well as occupational mobility, which is so critical to making an economy resilient and managing a transition, because you don't quite know where the new jobs will be. You don't quite know what the economy will look like. We also know that those skills will combat things like automation in any event and make the economy more resilient. Those really do need 10 years. Lithgow, for example, has won a Commonwealth grant in recent times, a net zero stream Commonwealth grant from a larger, the National Priority Fund, to do some of that early intervention in the primary schools and indeed some of the secondary schools in Lithgow. It will have great outcomes, a better bang for buck you couldn't have. But that 10 years will be required to do that. For some things, planning outcomes will need a long lead time. I mean, if everything went smoothly in a planning process, from go to woe it's 3 years. But I've not seen one go through in 3 years. I mean, I was in Muswellbrook when the rezoning for Liddell started, and that would be 8 years ago. And they still don't, as far as I know, they still don't have a rezone of the SP2 zone. So these do have long lead times. And I really talk about the planning and the workforce planning. They're the things with the longest lead time. But I would encourage you to think about 10 years. If it lands at 7 years, no one's going to be upset. That's reasonable. And the federal government, I think, is at about there. And corporate leading practice is, I think 7 years is what, for example, Energy Australia have undertaken to provide, and in fact I think have provided in the La Trobe, and I'm sure will provide to Lithgow for the Mount Piper power station. But perhaps 10 years would be optimal.
Thank you.
Sue Higginson, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Rush. I just wanted to ask you about, just on that land use planning, is it a consideration or the concern for you about, and you touched on it, about the safety issues and that safety assessment? So Cessnock, Singleton, Muswellbrook and Lake Macquarie all made very strong points in their submissions to this inquiry about, the structural capacity of land post-mining is the biggest factor. And that I think there were some examples of one of the older collieries in Cessnock area about sinkholes and so on and instability, and you mentioned it about the underground. How do you propose, is that, you didn't put anything about that in your submission, but is that because that's an assumption you're making, that, because from what those council submissions are suggesting is that would actually be quite a large area, particularly the final voids and the instability around those in terms of any industrial reuse compared to the need to actually regenerate them for, natural land capacities.
It is the law now to leave these sites safe, stable and non-polluting. And that is old law, it's not new, and it's a hard requirement of the Mining Act. I don't know if any mines have ever achieved it.
I think that's the council submissions points, yeah.
And it's to get particularly the ecology self-sustaining and self-propagating at maturity is not a short task. You're talking about a canopy layer, a middle story layer and a ground layer of sufficient variety in the endogenous vegetation that's self-replicating, propagating, it's self-seeding, and it's been able to demonstrate that for long enough that the mine should be given relinquishment. I don't think it's ever happened, but it is a long task, it's a very onerous task. But that doesn't mean that parts of sites might be relinquished if they achieve that completion criteria early, nor does it mean that we shouldn't look to see whether for some mines there may be some reuse of hard stand and built infrastructure as well as utility and transport infrastructure that couldn't be reused in the interim for some other economic or social purpose, and with the costs that would otherwise be required for relinquishment or decommissioning of that infrastructure, re-put for some other purposeful use. I think there is value in looking at that. And a lot of these sites also have heritage value that's worth exploring as well. So I think, again, it's a case-by-case assessment. We should never forget that the ecological values are real values, again, a little bit softer, harder to measure, reasonably well specified in the, if I might say, in the Mining and Energy State Environmental Planning Policy. We do know what they are, and they are planned early, and the criteria isn't, in my view, too bad. I think it's pretty strong, which is one of the reasons they're struggling to hit them. And the other thing is they are living conditions in the sense that they are able to be updated from time to time as well to make sure that they retain a leading practice edge. I think it becomes harder on the social issues to really define what those outcomes should be for a community and how a large international corporation operating in a small town might best transition or best reach completion in terms of its closure and reduce the consequential negative social impact on a small community. And that's where I think a lot of the work needs to be done in the shorter time in terms of the planning instruments.
So just on that, can I just ask finally, just to elucidate one point there. So I think, so it's not a matter of simply changing an instrument to zone a reuse, that those fundamental investigation aspects need to happen. They need to happen with about whether it's the safety issues, with the stability, the undermining of the particular areas, because otherwise you could actually, if we were to take a non-site specific approach, we could end up in some serious trouble down the road because, as you say, there may be a legal obligation imposed through a post-consent condition, but it might not actually in fact be achieved, and we need to understand that before we can rezone anything. Is that
for parts of the site, for sure. I mean, I can't see that the enormous number and scale of voids in the Hunter will all be able to be purposefully reused anytime soon. There will be some, but it certainly won't be, in my assessment, all of them by any stretch. And so they will have to be monitored now. Some of them are very deep. Some of them aren't benched back to the most modern of standards. And of course, we know for the undergrounds they're not all grouted, and the whole most of Muswellbrook is undermined. Most of Lithgow is undermined, and not always mapped. So these issues will be going on. But that doesn't mean that the whole site is without value. And the vast majority of the open cuts will be put back to either some purposeful environmental value, sometimes some fairly low intensity agriculture or grazing particularly. But that doesn't mean you can't have a more intensive labour use. And that's what matters in terms of a local economy, is one thing to have land and to put it to a use. What really matters is it the optimal use in terms of adding value to an economy.
Does it concern you that at all that the condition to permit a final void in every circumstance in New South Wales was justified on the basis it was too expensive to do otherwise, to have to refill? Or is that a concern, or is that something we've moved on from?
I guess it's not. I'm on record in wearing a different hat about my view of that over the last 15 years. And my own view is that it ought not to have happened.
Yeah.
But it has.
It has, yeah.
And the issue that we now are faced with is how best to use these envoidments most purposefully. And it may come down, a number of them will just have to be benched back and monitored over the next 1,000 years or whatever it is. The reality is evaporation loss in the Upper Hunter exceeds rainfall. Yeah. So with the exception of course, groundwater, which is where a lot of the void filling up will occur, not a lot of it's going to come from rainfall filling up these voids, and many of them, if not all of them, will remain dry in perpetuity, except for some groundwater. So, which because of their confined catchments, risk becoming hypersaline. I mean, that's the reality. Not all of them will be assessed to ever be economic. We know what the criteria for economic pumped hydro is because that work's been done by the ANU. We know what the broad criteria is, and we know that we did a look at all our voids in Muswellbrook against the criteria, and there were 2 that were economic. It's not for me to say what the other one was because it's the council's confidential information, but we know what one of them was because it's emerged as the Bells Mountain Pumped Hydro Scheme. That void had particular advantages. It had a rocky and impervious envoidment. I think it's void 1, I may be wrong. The others on that site don't. So they are not suitable, for example, for landfill waste because of leachate into the groundwater. There may be other uses to which they can be put. One of them is relatively small, so it's conceivable that some use might be found for it. But when you look at the Mount Arthur void in particular, it is a very large void. I mean, it's 6 to 8 kilometres long and at some considerable depth. Quite what use that would be put is not something that I can immediately conceive. But maybe there is a use to which it can be put.
We are out of time, but I'm going to indulge Ms Abigail Boyd in one final very quick question
very
and
super,
answer.
Quick question. I note that in your submission you talk about the coal-fired power station land not being included in the current proposals for the future jobs and investment authorities, which I found curious as well. Is that consistent with other sort of examples of these sorts of authorities around the world?
No, it's a bit unique. I mean, they are, in many parts of New South Wales, vertically integrated industries, as they were in the Latrobe, as they are in Collie, as they most certainly are in Lithgow. Mines in Lithgow, with one exception, don't have the ability to export, which is one of the reasons Lithgow sits in despite the scale of the Hunters issue in terms of transition, which is I came to before in terms of its portion of globally traded thermal coal, Lithgow won't switch to export in the main. And so when its power station closes, so does its coal industry, which gives it a certain priority in terms of government intervention, in my assessment.
Yes.
The Commonwealth legislation, to look more, has included in its net zero economic agency, which does have a net zero and energy focus, it has nonetheless roped in coal mines that are associated with that power industry. It hasn't roped in export mines, which is a distinction which is somewhat artificial, I think. But nonetheless, New South Wales, because this was mining legislation and not an amendment to planning legislation, the mines are the only ones considered under royalties for rejuvenation and the proposed authorities. But it is certainly Merck's long-standing position, as well as I think local government more generally, that there is no proper distinction to be made in the transition. This is our energy transition of both thermal coal and thermal coal power generation, and that we should treat them together. The Liddell Power Station site is a very significant reuse site and would benefit from the work this committee's doing, as the Mount Piper and Wallerawang sites, now Green Spot, would benefit from doing in the Central West. And I would certainly encourage the government to consider, when it creates its bespoke legislation, take that opportunity to reach beyond mines and to include the power sector. For a region, it doesn't distinguish, and often the problem is, from a macro point of view, is better looked at in terms of a whole of industry point of view and a whole of community point of view than pretending that the mine and the power station aren't in some way connected in this transition.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all we have time for. Thank you so much for making the time to give evidence to the inquiry today. We really appreciate it. The committee secretariat will be in touch with regards to questions taken on notice. Thank you, Mr. Rush.
Thank you, members.
you very much to our next witness. If I could ask you to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
So Graham Kelly, I'm the General Secretary of the Mining and Energy Union. I'm going to do the oath. Do I need to stand up for this or anything?
No,
Cool.
just as you are. Thanks.
I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making an opening statement?
Look, I wasn't really going to, no.
No? Perfect. We'll move straight to questions in that case. I'm looking to my colleagues. If anyone wants to start, I'm happy to start. Yeah. No?
Yeah, I'll ask a quick one. If you
Okay,
like.
go, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Good. Are we still in morning? Yes. Good morning, Mr. Kelly. I wanted to ask about your proposal in relation to a levy at the end of the submission, and I believe that your union has been quite supportive of the Queensland royalty rate and the progressive royalty rate that they have for coal in Queensland. I know we've made some advances in New South Wales on that. Would you be advocating for a higher royalty rate here that then sort of feeds into that levy idea?
Look, I think in what happens in Queensland, it's the government comes out with a proposal and talks to the unions and other companies about that, and they reach a position on it. Our union's pretty much on the record, given how old we are, that we do support companies paying their way and getting charged levies. In New South Wales, we're not opposed to what the New South Wales government's done either. So it's a bit of horses for courses, I think. The idea of our levy in our submission is there is a lot of land that could do with some further rehabilitation, and we think creating a levy that creates a pot to allow you to do that is a good idea, as opposed to just skimming money off the mining companies to do something else with. It's got to be targeted, is I suppose my point.
One of my pet concerns over the last almost decade is in relation to coal ash and these coal ash dams that sit at the coal-fired power stations and the difficulties in rehabilitating those unlined pits and then using that land in a productive way once coal-fired power stations have closed. Is that something that you have looked at, and should the government be considering those coal-fired power station sites in the context of the future jobs transition authorities?
Look, I think there are some challenges with the ash dams. There's no doubt about that. Just 10 seconds worth of history. So I was a coal miner for 18 years before I became a union official for 20 years. So I've sort of been in the industry. I come from Hunter Valley, so I'm alive to what they do there. For example, not all ash dams are ash dams. As Mr. Rush was saying, there's a lot of voids around there. My family grew up on the back of my father working at what was then the Costaines mine, which had like 7 or 10 voids left there on purpose to fill them with the ash from the power stations, which are directly sort of across the ways. So in some respects, they do their purpose well. And of course, the advantage of ash dams in some respects in a closed environment is there has been a lot of research suggesting that you could use that as a lighter building material and the like. So there are lots of opportunities to do that. But I would recall that in my time, there's been 2 or 3 of those proposals come up which sort of never get through the final hurdle. I have no idea why, but I think at the end of the day, using the ash dam effectively is a good thing. Can you cap them? You can cap a tailings dam, which I come from the prep plant part of the industry, and you can do that. And if you can cap a tailings dam, which is predominantly liquid, I'm pretty confident you could cap an ash dam if you were of a mine, but I'd hate to think of what the money was. There's one, of course, at Lake Macquarie near Araring, which is probably a challenge to everyone, and I have no concern about companies that make a lot of profit off those sort of off those sort of enterprises being made to make sure that that's safe for in perpetuity.
I initiated an inquiry in 2019, which reported in 2020 in relation to the coal ash dams. And the problem, yes, is that if you cap them, you've still got leaching because they're not lined underneath. But as you say, there's huge potential for coal ash recycling on site. And part of the recommendation from that inquiry was that we consider that as, you know, a sort of a viable transition industry for people coming out of the sort of coal mining and coal-fired power station jobs. Is that something that your union has looked into?
Not directly. Our view with jobs for coal miners who are at some stage displaced is that they should be good economic jobs. You know, there should be jobs that pay a similar amount of money. One of the great challenges I see with government, doesn't matter which persuasion, is simply that when you look at the number of jobs, you look at the number of jobs that are lost and not the economic value of the jobs. Because you could easily turn around and replace a whole heap of my jobs that are for my members in the Hunter Valley, for example, where they're earning $150,000, $170,000 a year, and replace them with equivalent number of jobs getting paid $80,000 a year. The economic loss to the region would be enormous. So it's making sure you compare horses, well, oranges with oranges is probably a better analogy.
Thank you.
Thanks, West Banks.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, thank you very much for appearing today. In relation to the idea of, I guess, levies in order to rehabilitate sites, do you think that in relation to mining sites that they should have been, I guess, consideration should have been given at the time when approval was given, that money should have been set aside at the start to, I guess, put away so that that could be planned for into the future?
Oh, look, it's always a great place to be in history, to be able to look back and judge others. I'm not one that would suggest that's a good outcome. I think you got to learn from the lessons of the past and go forward. Like a lot of my members would tell you that solar farms and wind farms are great, but we really should have a circular economy where we make sure that all the waste is taken care of. Because if you go back to mining and you look at what we've done in mining, from the time I started in the industry, or my father started in the 70s, the type of rehabilitation that was acceptable has gone up immensely. The amount of effort that people are putting in to comply with their legislative requirements have been enormous. The mines I used to work at used to be kilometres ahead of themselves, and now they're pretty much a void and a bit, and they've caught up on their rehabilitation. So I think the rehabilitation processes are appropriate. Although if one could go back in time and do what you said, it'd be a great thing to do, but you can't. So you need to look at it going forward.
Well, Mr. Kelly, you ruined my long lead-in because you basically touched on where I was going with this, which is the idea that solar farms, wind farms that are being developed now should have a levy placed on them at the start prior to construction, because ultimately in 20, 30, 40 years, when the farm either needs regeneration because the solar panels have stopped working, or it's no longer needed, the cost to the landholder to dispose of and redevelop that land back into either prime agricultural land or something else is going to be astronomical, and who's going to bear the brunt of that? So in relation to your testimony that the levy would have been a good idea at the time, do you think we should be looking at, for example, solar farms, wind farms as similar to mines now, and should have a levy placed on them?
Look, I think the way you measure it is based on the ability, where you want to get at the end. The challenge, I think, today is simply the technology. You know, we come in, if I'm a coal miner, I'm going to start today, I've got to have a plan about how I'm going to impact the land before I use it. I'm going to have a look at what I'm going to do with the land while I'm operating, and I've got to have a plan for when I'm finished. My view on big economic ventures, that should be the same for all of them. So there should be a plan on why it's a good place to do it, what they're going to do during the life of it, and how they're going to finish it up at the end. And during that life cycle, there's got to be the recycling of the material, because of course you're not going to do it all the time. Who ultimately bears the economic burden? I think that's probably a debate for the person who's either leasing the land and putting it up, and what their contractual obligations should be at the end. And of course, if they're not done appropriately, then it's not unreasonable for government to levy in those cases. But again, there's an economic debate here about whether or not you want to encourage renewables, and if so, who's bearing the cost of that at the other end versus alternatively, who's getting the economic outcome. And, if there's, my union would certainly support public ownership of wind farms and solar farms to solve that problem that you raise.
And so, I guess my last point on that is that any approval process for solar farms and wind farms, do you think should be a regenerative plan at the start of the approval process, so that we understand and know when it comes to end of life how we're going to remediate that site?
Look, I think it should, but put that in context with mining. I heard the back end of Mr. Russ's point. Now, one of the reasons, for example, you leave a void at the end of a coal mine has got nothing to do with what you really want to do. It's because you're going to extend the mine. And if you're going to extend the mine, you need somewhere to put the dirt, and it's closer to where you're going to go. So that's ultimately why you do it. It should be the same with renewables in some respects, in that, well, they should be thinking about what their future land use is and doing that accordingly. It depends. There could be particular sites that are going to be renewable energy hubs forever, and that's okay. We should know that, and we should plan for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, thank you for making time to give evidence today. We heard from the previous witness also, Mr. Rush, about some of the innovative investment that the Mining and Energy Union in particular is making for their workforce, or for what they perceive as the reality for the workforce. And he gave an example of the Latrobe Valley. I just wondered if you could elucidate more on examples of what you're sort of doing at the moment with mining companies to deliver for the workers of your unions.
Well, it's fair to say that across the country it's different. So, for example, in the Latrobe Valley, there's been lots of conversations with the employers there and the unions and the various authorities, because the Latrobe Valley is in a pretty difficult situation. Not only is their mining industry, which of course is brown coal and massive power stations, under threat, but so is their timber industry, and so is other things. And so we're more than happy to work with other industries that want to come to the region and benefit from it. Our challenge in the Latrobe Valley is that they have this resource called brown coal, which is really bad for greenhouse gas emission. But of course, if you do it for hydro, you can actually have a concentrated stream where you're getting in the high 90% recovery rate. So you can do it in such a way that you actually create energy. The added advantage for the brown coal of Latrobe is that it's really wet, because you've got to imagine this is coal that never really quite got there. And if they use that coal, they actually have a water source as well. So there's lots of benefits in the Latrobe. And if you build those industries, our advice is that it's several thousand jobs in that region, plus the port facilities. So there's lots of benefits. If we move to Collie in WA, I've spent a lot of time over there trying to convince people that, at the end of the economic life cycle of things, there can be a challenge with who pays and under what rules you're playing by. And the risk for the corporate world is you've got to apply by the Corps Act, so you can't make the organisation go broke. But if we could put them into other vehicles like trusts than that, then you change the way in which you need to manage those infrastructure, and you can potentially develop a process whereby the good outcomes you want to develop, you've already built the pathway for them, and then you encourage that to be generated. And you can do that in a way where people can make an economic value to contribute at the start, but give them opportunities to do some of the renewable work in the future. If I look at the Hunter more specifically, there's a number of challenges there. Again, Mr. Rush touched on briefly the connection to some mines and some power stations. That's true, but in the case of the Hunter, a large number of the mines can actually export their coal. And as a result of that, we expect mining to be around in the Hunter Valley, subject to planning approvals, I might add hastily. We expect them to be around in the Hunter for at least another 30 years, unless we've taken a view that why sell the best coal with the least emissions to the rest of the world and let them use some inferior product. I can't understand why we'd do that. I would think our view would be our coal, which is all above 5,000 calorific value, we sell it to the world. It's low in sulphur. There's a win-win for there, because we also get the economic benefit.
Or we just use it ourselves.
Look, I got to tell you that if I can, I don't know if I'm allowed to answer that question, but if I do,
you are.
I would just make the point that we don't own the coal-fired power stations, except maybe in Queensland and one in WA. And as far as I understand, the system we have in Australia is that the owners of the property are allowed to do with it as they wish. And, you know, it wouldn't be our first call to say do this, but equally so, we're also creating machines that were built to operate in a certain way. The market's now making them operate in different ways, so their life cycle is going to reduce. So I appreciate the point, and, you know, if someone come around tomorrow and said we're going to build a new coal-fired power station, we'd certainly support it. But it's all relative to what that technology would be.
I'm liking you more and more, Mr. Kelly.
A lot of people do, surprisingly.
Mr. Kelly, you mentioned the example of Collie and the work that you're doing over there to sort of look at creation of a trust. There's been a couple of submissions that have mentioned about the risk and the liabilities and who, you know, subject to any changes, who would sort of be saddled with that risk or liability. Is that something that you envisage a trust would be able to take on? For example, if you were looking at, you know, changing the current mine use or current land use, for example?
Yeah, well, ultimately, that's a critical aspect, I would imagine, in any sort of decision to have a trust, as to what powers does that trust have to be able to get an economic value beyond the life of whatever the instrument or whatever the industry is at the time. So I should hasten to say, in the WA example, I was totally unsuccessful, and the government decided to spend $265 million to prop up the Collie mine, which will get them through till 2026, mid-year probably, which is a good outcome because ultimately the local community still benefits and they've got future plans. The advantage of a trust is simply that it's old law, and because it's old law, it means it sort of dominates. And as I understand it, you can set up the mechanisms you want out of the trust. So, for example, the one that we developed for the Collie example, it would have ran the power station, it would have ran the coal mine, it would have started the process, because they are very fortunate. They've got a void that makes water, so they've got a really big facility where they could do pumped hydro, because that's the secret. If you've got a void that makes water, then it's a lot better than what Mr. Rush was explaining with ours in the Hunter, where the evaporation is faster than the rainfall. Then, you know, that's a good thing, unless of course you cap it. So you could do all those sort of things, and you could also have the ability, because land, as you know, even in the Hunter there, or in New South Wales, has large areas of land that's like zoned not to be used while there's mining going on. But things like solar farms and wind farms and those things would work on them, plus other facilities. Like, one of the things that we like to stress in our submissions is there's a lot of really good infrastructure in the Hunter and in the Wollongong and in Illawarra and in Lithgow and the like, where there's these big facilities which can be used for stuff. They're generally close to power lines, really high level power lines. They're really close to rail. They're really good to road transport. So there's lots of opportunities if those things are coordinated. Again, Mr. Rush made the point about site by site, and I think there's merit in that. But if you can do that, then there's all these benefits for those areas, which again, if it's owned by a trust, then the trust can keep control of it. Trusts won't be free, but I suppose is the point. You do have to make sure you can generate enough money out of them to make them work, whether that be government assistance or corporate assistance.
What are the opportunities that you see for your members in this mining transformation, as I like to call it?
Well, I see a lot of them working in the coal industry for a long time. I'd like to be in Queensland, as in the Bowen Basin, I suspect, in doing metallurgical coal, because I'm pretty sure that's going to be going for a long time to go. So I think that's important. I think in the Hunter, again, there's lots of thermal export and semi-soft. And just to give you an example, the advantage of semi-soft is you can use it with hard metallurgical coal to make steel. So you can blend it, so you can get better outcomes. So I think a lot of our people will be doing that. I'd like to think that the rehabilitation and the idea of levies and things like that can help us engage our members who have all the skills in that area to actually be able to rehabilitate the land where it's deemed appropriate and bring it up to a standard or a use that can be of value. We'd like to see other industries come to our communities, whether it be steel, whether it be pumped hydro, whether it be hydrogen production, whether it be whatever. We think there's a lot of opportunities. Hunter has a lot of land that's been dedicated to mining. The problem there is a lot of our companies use a a loophole, if I can use the term, where they keep them on care and maintenance for a lot longer than they should. And while they're doing that, that becomes a problem in getting a final resolution for that use of land. So again, we'd encourage a change there to allow our members to work in helping rehabilitate and helping work in those areas or provide new industries.
Can I just ask a relevant follow-up, Mr. Kelly? One of the previous witnesses, Mr. Ayub, raised the German example of what worked fairly well over there. You mentioned before in your evidence about this one, not necessarily a one-for-one, because you got blokes on. Like, to be frank, if I'm a coal miner, 40, 45, 50 years old, and I'm earning 150 grand, 200 grand a year, I'm unlikely to want to have much faith in just transition because the reality is I'm not going to get a job that pays.
Definitely
that
not
well.
under you blokes.
So what's your view of how something like that they used overseas would work, and to what extent did it work in that context?
Look, in the German model, it was a roaring success, I think is the best description. I appreciate some people argue that they had to turn it back on because of the Ukraine war, and so that proved it was a failure, but I don't agree with that. My view is that the German model worked well because it involved all parties. It involved the people who owned the assets, which in the case of the Germans was predominantly the Germans. It involved the unions, and they have a different sort of union sort of employer relationship than we do, but not dissimilar. And it also involved the communities. And what they did was they set about a long-term plan. If I'm to be believed in anything, I'd like to suggest to you that my suggestion to you about how long thermal coal can last and how long metallurgical coal can last are correct. And if you do that, we're actually in line with the German model. We're at that perfect point in time where we can say, let's work out the plan to transition these workers. Because, you know, our union supports the view that we should have power stations operating wherever they're economically viable to operate, and we need them to keep the grid working. We're also equally supportive of the view that we should sell coal to the world wherever the world needs it, because everyone's got to make their own decisions about how they meet their emissions. It's not something that we in Australia should all of a sudden think that we're the best in the world at and tell everyone how to do it. We should do our stuff properly, and we should do it really well, and that should involve a German-type plan for the metalliferous mining industry in Australia as well as the thermal industry in Australia, those that export. There is plenty of opportunity.
And what would you, are you sort of across the economics of how that model worked? And
only at a really high level. So the reality was they basically made a commitment to everyone and then honoured it, that they were going to look after you, and they then turned around and looked at the industries that they could build based on the economic benefit of that region. A lot of it was chemicals, a lot of it was manufacturing, and those sorts of things, all of which have been addressed by the current federal government, and the New South Wales state government are considering those things, which I think is commendable.
okay, and what do you say to the Greens' view of the world, which I'm assuming would be, we haven't got enough time to stuff around because the climate emergency. If you plan for the next 20, 30 years, we've just got to shut down all the coal mines, otherwise we're not going to make it.
Chair, can I just ask the member to also include the fact that it's the New South Wales, that it's the Climate Council and all of the other independent organisations who talk about the need to transition from coal?
Okay, well, let me rephrase
Thank
it.
you,
The Greens are at the vanguard
Mr.
of that
Baker.
argument. There's other organisations backing it in. So what do you say to that proposition?
Look, my view is simple. We signed an agreement in Paris as a country that said we were going to work towards limits and to get emissions below 1.5 degrees. If the science is correct, which I believe it is, then the reality is we should try and achieve that target. We should try and achieve that target for us in Australia. We shouldn't burden ourselves, in my view, with how others are going to hit their targets, because at the end of the day, using cleaner, albeit still coal, cleaner coal from Australia to produce energy in developing countries will allow them to transition faster. The challenge for Australia will always be that places like China and India, where we do provide a large amount of resources to, have industries that are much larger than ours, and as a result, they could easily just say, we don't need Australian coal, and turn it off. There's not a lot we can do about that if that happens. but to simply close our industry down just because at the moment we think well, there's no doubt it's good for the planet, but the point being that it's got to be good for us as well, and others should have to hit their targets, because if we can produce it, then we get enough foreign exchange to allow us to do other things, which really matters in my view.
I'm going to test our friendship, Mr. Kelly.
Well, given I've never met you, I think that's fair enough. We should be okay.
Okay, well, we'll see. The idea of nuclear, does your union have a position on the deployment of nuclear power to provide cheap, reliable baseload power to the people of New South Wales and indeed Australia?
Look, we do. We do have a position on nuclear. Our view is the same as with coal-fired power. If someone was going to build one, we'd certainly want to organise it and have our members there. You made a couple of comments in that probably I wouldn't agree with. For one is cheap. Let me give you the perfect example for cheap. Let's assume we could do nuclear power in Australia. Mm-hmm. Think about all of the continent as to where you'd put it. I would think the most economically viable and the most sustainable place on the planet would be the Pilbara in Western Australia. Like, there are literally hundreds of billions of dollars of profit made out of that area, and it's a huge area, I appreciate. You could put one of your nuclear reactors up there and it could generate power for all that community and all those industries that are there, and they could sell the products to the rest of the world, and it'd be cheap. But of course, you don't hear the mining companies running around saying, yeah, let's do that. These are my views. They don't do it because A, it's too expensive, B, it takes too long to build, and C, you've got to pay for it for 1,000 years. And that's the challenge.
Ms. Sue Higginson.
Chair,
We're nearly
she's
running
been
out
waiting
of
for
time.
the
Thanks.
Is the union, thank you, Mr. Kelly, is the union aware of industry advocacy for vertical mine shafts as energy storage through the hanging of large weights? Are you aware?
Yes, aware of it, yes.
Yeah, and are you, has the union considered what sort of risks are around that? Are you looking at that as something that should be explored? Is that...
Look, given that we wouldn't have a single member in it at the moment, no, we haven't spent a lot of time on it. At a really high level, I think the points I'd make to you is it seems sensible that if you can suspend a large load and allow it to go down and generate electricity, it seems like quite a novel way to solve a problem. There would be challenges, the same as there'd be challenges if you wanted to put pumped hydro into an underground coal mine. It used to be a swamp, you're creating a void. Like, what's going to happen? But there are really, really clever people in the country who are engineers and the like that I'm sure will work out the best way to do that. I don't even know what the height they need to be to make them generate enough energy. I don't know.
Does it worry you, though? Is there a concern from a worker safety perspective
I'm
with
industry?
industry?
We're not going to put them in shafts that are being used at the moment.
No, I realise that. In terms of, we would hope not. Seriously, which actually leads to my next question: does it concern you if it is industry really driving this kind of innovation without firm partnership with unions talking about worker safety first?
Look, if you're talking about voids in the coal industry, we will absolutely play a role. We have I think it's not next year, the year after, it will be 150 years we've had check inspectors in coal mines in Australia, which is it's an internal audit process of that system. Safety is the absolute number one thing we do. So if there's a chance that it's going to affect people and we have an opportunity to play a role, then we will. Are we at that point yet? I don't know enough about it to know if that's the case or not, but we would definitely play a role if it's in our industries. We do have alliances with the Australian Workers Union in a number of non-coal sectors, and again, if it's the sort of thing that needs to be or is possible to be done, then again, we would be more than happy to play a role. I'd only make one other comment on your point. You talk about innovation, and a lot of innovation in Australia definitely comes from the corporate sector. I'd also support the role that government should play in these sort of innovative solutions, because I think there's lots there. And government agencies like the CSIRO and others, I think we're well served if we do that well. We have a a global superannuation or pension system that's the envy of the world in lots of cases for a country of our size. We should tap into that as well to generate the opportunities to get a return.
There's threshold questions, though, isn't there, about land capacity and safety as we move forward? They are
Well, again, for your point about lowering a load into a void that's probably been there for a long time already, and I suspect is not showing any signs of weakness or fatigue, is probably not a problem. If it's something that's crumbling and falling apart, that's a different question. But again, if the only loss is that let me call it a rock, is stuck at the bottom of the ground and there's no one there, then it's not the end of the world. The person who was built it's their problem.
Just finally, are you aware of other speculative technologies that are being considered other than pumped hydro, wind and solar?
Look, I've been blessed in some respects. I came to the National Office of the Union in 2017 and I got to talk to a gentleman by the name of Peter Colley. Peter is one of these people who's been going to the various energy forums around the world about climate change since the late 80s, early 90s. So we're one of the unions who thought a long time ago this might be a big thing, and we kept attending. And Peter used to tell me about all the various bits of technology. So I'm aware of hundreds of different points of technology, but what's going to apply and what's going to be used, it's not for me to say. And to be honest, I have more pressing things to do with my time than worry about that.
Sorry, really finally, does it concern you? I just want to pick you up on your point about we should just keep mining coal. We should keep mining coal and exporting it.
Whatever the world wants it.
Does that concern you though? Like, is your view that we should keep mining but be very prepared for when the market says they don't want our coal anymore? Because it seems a bit reckless to sort of not be taking the lead in terms of the shutdown and the stopping in that. Like, where is the sweet spot for workers and in terms of their jobs going forward?
Yeah, there has to be an authority that has oversight of this, in my view. The federal system, it's not specifically aimed at this yet, but I think over time it does. The reality is that you do have to work that out. I don't think it's reckless to continue to mine coal. Like, a good example is Indonesia went from nowhere to the world's largest seaborne seller of coal. And the reason they did that was what the power stations worked out was around the world was that if they burnt 2 tonne of Indonesian coal with 1 tonne of Australian coal, they could get pretty much the same energy. The outcome of that was they got more emissions. So the reverse is true, and this is what's been happening for a while. The Indonesian amount of coal is reducing on the seaboard market, but equally so they're also using more internally. Australia, they're using our coal more. They're using 2 tonnes of ours or 3 tonnes of ours for that same production, and they're getting more energy with less emissions, which is a good outcome for the world if one was to look at the world as a singular place. So I don't think it's reckless at all. I think there's a lot of reasons to support coal mining going forward, but there's got to be a plan. My answer to Mr. Buttigieg was, I believe, correct, is that we've got the perfect time to start to develop that plan so that no coal miner anywhere in the country ever has to face the concern about, well, what's my future? There should be a plan. The plan should involve rehabilitation. The plan should involve reusing fly ash. The plan should involve using the facilities to put other economic adding values industries on them. We should do all those things. The upside for us, the sooner you do it, puts our wages in competition in the region. I could probably get more money from my members.
So just on that though, in terms of the market, the export market, are you saying that you don't see our responsibility in terms of the global effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, that our role in being the supplier in the market chain and saying, hey, we're going to end by this particular date to encourage the purchases of our coal, you don't see that we play an important role in that?
One could argue you play a role. Is it an important role? Is it the one that's going to decide whether or not a country keeps using our energy? Look, our decision so far in Victoria is that they're not supportive of the hydrogen example I gave before, and the reason for it is because it's blue hydrogen, it's not green hydrogen. And of course the Japanese take a view that any improvement's a good improvement, and you've got to retool economies to make sure they work. It is the same here. the fact that we can send our coal and as a result global net emissions reduces is a good thing. If the fact that we're selling our coal to the rest of the world and our companies like the BHPs of the world and the Glencores of the world and those, they're out there actively trying to work out ways to reduce the emissions at both their end as well as where they're selling them to, I think is a good thing. At the end of the day, should we stop and say that we shouldn't do it at all? I do not agree, because I think there's a lot to go under, and Scope 3 emissions are not the problem of Australia. They're the problem of the country in which they're achieved. I appreciate
That's
cumulative,
I mean,
cumulative there's an issue, but again, that's the Paris Agreement.
But there clearly are.
Imagine how many Middle East countries you'd have signed up to the Paris Agreement if all of a sudden we said, well, you can't produce oil, and as a result your economies are dead. Like, no one would have signed up. We would have never got anywhere. Global politics is a progression. Let's hope we can live up to the mantra that we've been given and achieve an outcome. And to be brutally frank, with the support of both sides of the fringe, I think we'll get a good outcome.
Mr. Kelly, if I can just finish with two final questions from myself, and hopefully that will be two, and my colleagues.
I'm keeping,
I reckon take three. Go.
You mentioned earlier around the facilities that some of this mining infrastructure has. I just wondered if you could elaborate more on that for the committee, just in terms of the possibilities and the opportunities that. And what are those facilities?
Yeah, well, look, it depends again where you go. I think Mr. Rush talked a little bit about Liddell Power Station and some of the reuse for that site, and I'll leave his comments there. If I just pick on the mine I used to work at, which is now called Mount Thorley Warkworth. Mount Thorley Warkworth has some massive workshop facilities and that. Where I started as a TA, I must add, hastily. And the reality is those facilities are world class. Like, they've got all the infrastructure you need to be able to use them as a manufacturing sort of area. You've got the power nearby, like literally, within 100 metres of these facilities. To me, it seems like a waste if we simply said, let's tear them all down and see what happens in the future. That doesn't mean I think you should do things like that. If I pick on the Latrobe Valley and I go there and I look at Hazelwood Power Station, there's a rehabilitation amount of work there that's got to happen, because the reality is that that power station is full of asbestos and a whole lot of other things, which might mean you want to demolish and fix it up. Our facilities, we should purpose build them for the industries that can operate in those regions. And as I said, these workshops are enormous. There's plenty of things you could do. Maybe even some of these lowering the rocks. Maybe that would work out. Again, I don't know the height, so maybe it works.
In terms of in your submission, and you did touch on it in comments you made earlier, around mine operators not being free to place mines on indefinite care and maintenance as a tactic to avoid closure and rehabilitation. I just wondered if the MEU had any examples of mines currently like that, and whether you had any indication of the scale of that potential problem and how to deal with it.
Look, off the cuff, I probably don't. We're probably better off taking that on notice and answering that correctly. There's always a risk, but the challenge with what we could perceive as indefinite care and maintenance can be that it's not really indefinite. So, for example, the Dartbrook mine closed between between Aberdeen and Scone, I think it is. It closed, might be Musbrook and Aberdeen. It closed 2006, 2005, somewhere around then. It's in the process now of reopening as an underground coal mine again.
Yes.
So, albeit we would have
the
said
bits we
a
see
long time ago that was indefinite, but so there's a balance for how you do that. But some of the mines, for example, in and around the back of Newcastle, the old undergrounds, I'm sure some of those are still on care and maintenance. But I'd take it on notice to give you the right answer.
Chair, can I just put a quickie in?
Sure.
I've
Before
got one
I
more.
hand to Mr. Fang.
Look, we've got.
Kelly,
we want more of you.
Just on
We
this,
did
on
start
this,
late.
this sort of timeline thing, and the sort of on I suppose, let's be frank, on the left we're getting pressure to say hurry up, we haven't got enough time, and then your sort of more pragmatic approach is, well, we've got to have a plan, we've got enough time, it's high quality coal we're exporting, we can do this, contribute to our targets as opposed to try and solve the world's problems meeting their targets. What your members and the broader community at large, what's your view on the buy-in to the renewables transition if we were to go too hard and start shutting the joint down? I mean, I'm just wondering what your sense is of the politics out there in the broader community.
Oh, look, I think there's always a challenge. You know, people who are earning good money would like to keep earning good money into the future, and if they think their job's at jeopardy, then their support for any approach is challenged. And of course, we've had climate wars, if we call them that, for a good decade now. So the reality is, we all know what it does. You end up with a situation where no one gets anything done. We'd be supportive of doing something. The question is how best to do that, and we'd like to be involved because it is our members that are at the coalface, literally, and so we'd like to be involved in any of that sort of development and discussion, because we think there is a way to do this, and I'd like to think that governments of all persuasions, or parties of all persuasions, would agree that getting a good outcome for their constituents and the public in general would be something we'd all want to do. You know, I'd like to think my kids have got a future in the future as well.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you. I get the final question, Mr. Kelly.
Look forward to it.
Maybe.
You get the final
Maybe.
answer.
In the previous term of Parliament, we had an inquiry into uranium mining in New South Wales. Obviously, you can. It was a great inquiry. You can obviously look for it, but if you do find it, you can't extract it because there's a prohibition on it. Obviously, with nuclear being such a cheap, reliable, clean source of energy, would you and your members advocate for the removal of the ban in extracting uranium in New South Wales?
Look, I think the extraction of uranium or not is a matter for the parliaments of the nation to decide, would be my first answer. The other part of it is, again, you rely on cheap and all that sort of stuff. And if you remember my analogy of the Pilbara, the number one reason I think the mining companies won't put a nuclear reactor up there is you've got to pay for it for thousands of years. And I think that's the issue, that when you do the economics properly, you have a problem in that it doesn't add up. And, you know, albeit a position that is being run at the moment, and I'm sure will be run in places where my members live, up in central Queensland and the Hunter and others, that it'll be the push that this is the saviour of all things. I don't agree with that, because by the time we take to build them and do that, our people in the power station industry will have transitioned. Our mining people should continue to be mining coal if our say has anything, and the outcome will be it's been a distraction, and it's not the outcome we need if we're going to work together to solve the problem.
But you should
because
keep
it's not
campaigning on it, Wes.
If I was paraphrasing your answer, would I say maybe?
I wouldn't paraphrase my answer.
Okay.
Thank you. That's
Thank
all we have
you.
time for
been a
this
pleasure.
session.
Thank
I thank you so much for making time to give evidence, Mr. Kelly. And the questions on notice, our secretariat will be.
I should have, sorry, Chair, I should have apologised too for Bobby Timms and Robin Williams, who just literally couldn't be here for because of the timings. So they were keen to come, and they volunteered me.
Beautiful. Well, thank you very much for
Thank
being
you.
voluntold. That's.
I don't know what that
we'll
was
now
like, but you were not too bad.
we'll now have a short break. Thank you
now
very
have a
much.
friend.
everyone. delay getting started. Thank you and welcome. Thank you for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. If I could ask each of you, perhaps starting with you, Ms. Orsling? Mispronounce that? Orsling, yep. If I could get you all to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Thank you. I'm Donna Osling. I'm the Director of Planning and Sustainability at Narrabri Shire Council. And the affirmation is, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thanks. And Liverpool Plains, if you could also just indicate for us, just with a hand, which one of you is speaking, please.
They're on mute.
Yep. I think they're trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apologies, you're on mute, so.
Doug Hawkins.
Thanks, Doug. Are you able to just swear either the oath or the affirmation for us also, please?
Yes, Doug Hawkins, it'll be the affirmation. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, are you also?
Yes, I'm happy to take the oath, Madam Chair. So my name is Gary Murphy. I'm the General Manager at Liverpool Plains Shire Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, please, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a statement if I can.
Please do.
Narrabri Shire Council welcomes the current inquiry into beneficial and productive post-mining land uses. As detailed in Council's submission, the mining industry sector supports nearly 7,000 jobs with an annual economic output of $5.671 billion. The mining industry sector makes the greatest contribution to economic output in our region, which at $3.5 billion accounts for 62% of total output. The industry sector is also the largest employer with 1,500 jobs, representing over a fifth of total employment within our region. A total of 5 coal mines are currently operating within our shire, with several also at closure stage. Narrabri Shire has benefited from a diverse economic base. However, a considerable challenge for our community is that once a mine reaches the end of its life, it typically is used for lower order uses that do not generate significant employment numbers. These traditionally include extensive agricultural activities and rehabilitated land for biodiversity and environmental purposes. There is extensive literature demonstrating that regions with greater economic diversity have improved resilience and ability to adapt to structural change. Council sees great opportunities for the use of innovative approaches to mine closure and opportunities for the mining industry to leave positive legacies. Reconceptualising mine closure and associated mining legacies is considered an essential operational shift that both industry and government will need to make in order to keep pace with community expectations and to take advantage of economic development opportunities. Narrabri Shire seeks a greater financial commitment to the post-mining transition from royalties that have largely bypassed host communities and would welcome the preparation of transition plans to assist in navigating this complex process. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback.
Thank you. Liverpool Plains, do you also have an opening statement?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll move to questions. Looking to my colleagues to see who would like to start.
Oh.
Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Happy to give it a go. Good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for coming and giving us the benefit of your experience. The first one I'd like to start with, the first question is in relation to training opportunities. So what we've heard from previous witnesses and that I've heard from communities across New South Wales is that there's a real lack of not just, I guess, the opportunities for further training to upskill and reskill, but also a lack of recognition of the current skill levels of workers. Has any work been done in your particular council areas in relation to sort of mapping out what the skills of workers are and what they will need in terms of training in order to prepare for sort of other jobs outside of the coal industry? I'll start with you. Nope, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Osling.
Thank you. Narrabri Shire Council has prepared a regional workforce strategy that does provide us with some data information around skills, shortages and needs. I'm happy to share that with the inquiry committee members if it would be of benefit. Our experience has been similar on a local level, where there is some shortages and gaps in training provider offerings. And also the challenge that I think exists where we're moving to a future of renewables. Some industries we don't even know what they might look like and how they might shape our regions as yet. So there is some additional research and analysis needed in that space.
Thank you. Liverpool Plains, have you done a similar exercise?
Yeah, Chair, yes, we've only got a very small footprint there. It's only a very small mine. But we have looked at transitioning. It's already well underway. I believe there's a firm that produces chickens that's already speaking with Whitehaven. What we're looking to do is the jobs that we lose from the mine, we're not going to lose all that many because it's only one mine and it's only a small operation. So the jobs that we lose from the mine we can absorb, but we can't replace the rates. The rates that we get from the mine is upwards of $500,000, and if that's allowed to go back to grazing land, and it's not very good grazing land at that, but if it goes back to grazing land, or the whole area of the infrastructure is taken up by the chicken farm, we will end up with rates of $6,000 or $7,000 a year instead of $500,000. So that's going to be spread right across our entire shire, which is 5,000-6,000 square kilometres, but we only have a rate base of about 4,000. We have 8,000 people in the shire, but our rate base is coming around the 4,000 mark. So it's going to leave a considerable gap if we can't utilise or find a way to utilise that infrastructure. We believe that infrastructure is ideally placed as a transport distribution hub, because the bulk of the infrastructure is already there with the rail line. Werris Creek is unique in so much as transport operations from that site have access to all the major ports without the locomotives turning around. And I mean Gladstone, Brisbane, Newcastle, Sydney, Melbourne and the like. So what we're trying to do is we already have a transport operator on the site that's already transporting containerised grain, which is the bulk of our income, and timber. So what we're looking to do is to try and get the investment in that site for storage areas to terminate heavy road users there and then transport the freight by rail. So B doubles, B triples, road trains wouldn't have to go any closer than Werris Creek, and the freight could be railed from Werris Creek to the major ports. So the only, we're not going to make, we can absorb the jobs that we lose from the mines, which will only be around about a dozen jobs in total. But it's the that will be the major concern. And what we're looking to do is to try and have more industries on that site rather than the whole site being taken up by a chicken operation that is going to produce chickens as a feeder operation to Viada and the like in Tamil. So we're not going to get a lot of jobs out of that. The estimation is that there'll probably be 7 jobs in total that come with the chicken farms, but also the chicken farms, like the 600 meg of water, of usable water that's in the mine. But out of that 600 meg, the chicken farm is saying they want 400 meg of that, which doesn't leave a lot of water available to other industries. We believe that we need another at least 2 or 3 major operators in there. And as I said, we need to sell it to bigger players that can have distribution operations there, storage, warehousing there, to be able to freight all over the country region.
Thank you.
Thanks. I might continue with a question around, but firstly, at the outset, can I thank you both for making quite substantive submissions that were really informative and instrumental for the committee. As regional councils, I know this would have been a lot of work, so I just want to commend you both and thank you for the work that's gone into both of the submissions. In terms of Narrabri, and also invite you Liverpool Plains to comment if you can, at point I in your submission you talk about the need to reskill and retrain the current workforce. How can training providers, including the current community universities model, how can they better tap into the local community and the market that exists there?
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's I believe the key is really around engagement, market engagement, and developing a dialogue with those between the operators and the providers. There does seem to be some gaps, as we've alluded to in our submission around the current TAFE offerings. I also consider that the training providers are suffering some skills challenges attracting and retaining staff themselves, which has presented some issues. The Country Universities Centre model has been working exceptionally well to create a bridge between regional areas and universities and tertiary education providers outside of our region. It's had a good, almost an immediate impact of upskilling our local people.
That's good feedback. Thanks. Liverpool Plains.
Yes, look, we have a connected learning centre. Our situation is a lot different to Narrabri. It's on a much smaller scale and a much smaller population. So the connected learning centre that we have is doing its job with the amount of people that we put through. That's not our issue. Our issue is having jobs to attract more ratepayers to the region, more housing that's needed, more investment in housing. We can't get that unless people have got jobs to come to. That's why we are looking towards the transport distribution hub in Werris Creek, because it's labour intensive and it could attract anything up to another 150, 200 workers. But our main problem is attracting workers to the region in order to get that growth and in order to build our rates.
Thank you. In terms of Narrabri also, I'm interested to hear about more about your strategic approach to housing and the Narrabri Place strategy, which is commendable. How would that work with post-mining land use, and what benefit could that bring to the local communities?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. One of the key challenges that Narrabri has had is that we're one of the most flood-affected communities in New South Wales, and that has significantly constrained our growth and development for a whole range of reasons. Through the draft Narrabri Place strategy, we've identified a growth corridor that will be fully serviced with a whole range of housing typologies. So we're hopeful that that will alleviate some of the pressures that we've had in that housing space. Interestingly, we have been also supportive of temporary accommodation. We do have a Civio facility, two, in fact, one at Boggabri, one at Narrabri, which has alleviated some rental pressures and pressure on the local housing market. The other side of the coin is that we have had maybe perhaps a lack of investment because of the other challenges that we've experienced. But again, hopefully with the body of work that's been done around the strategic planning and leveraging off the former Narrabri Special Activation Precinct, which we're hopeful will reinvigorate at a future stage, will provide some transformative opportunities for our Shire.
You mentioned also in your submission that the current New South Wales planning framework presents impediments to innovation. What sort of changes to the regulatory framework would both councils, I suppose, suggest in terms of maintaining and advancing best practices in post-mining land use?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to answer that as well. At the moment, the standard instrument, LEP, is quite a rigid framework, and it really doesn't allow a great deal of colouring outside of the lines. It's very rigid. There's not a great deal of opportunity for doing planning, completing planning initiatives that are outside of that quite rigid framework. But in saying that, any strategic planning opportunities need to be underpinned by good strategic planning work and be driven by a basis of evidence. So that would be my recommendation if there are opportunities created in the future, that those regulatory amendments are driven by that evidence-based framework and strongly underpinned by good information.
Thank you. Can I ask a quick question?
Liverpool Plains, did you have any comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. So I think further to what Ms Oslinger has said, I think the real challenge that we see is the tension between the need for the post-mining rehabilitation and remediation and then the future use. And I think even in the New South Wales government's own strategy, it recognises there's that lag. I think one of the case studies in Lithgow, activity stopped in 2014, and there's still discussion going on around what that future use might be. So I think that early identification of potential future use, building that into the rehabilitation plan, so that is acknowledging that the highest and best use of that land may not necessarily be grazing or native vegetation, as important as that is, but I think more of a balance of social, environmental and economic activities rather than just focusing on simply rehabilitating the land to what it was. So I think that early recognition and planning, together with the regulators, the proponents of that mining operation, and importantly the local community as well, because I think the host community often is excluded from that, and it's really important that the community is engaged in that process.
Thank you. I'll just pass to my colleague, Ms Sue Higginson now.
Thank you. I'd just love to hear your views and concerns around land capacity concerns that you might have, particularly in terms of final voids. I know in Narrabri you've got the big undergrounds as well as the open cuts, and you've got all those varying life stages of these big. And I know with Werris that's obviously an old, long project. naturally, if we're going to be reclassifying or rezoning land, we need to understand its capacities. Do you have concerns around the stability of some of these areas now? And is that something that, that you have the capacity as a local council to be looking at those issues and dealing with those issues?
Yeah, around final voids, the industry is at the moment highly regulated and restricted in terms of the management, both during operations and post closure. So I don't have, from a professional standpoint, have major concerns around the integrity of the engineering from the voids and the rehabilitation and final landform process. What is of interest is the need for, I guess, infrastructure and legacy audits to try and establish what might be the other future land use opportunities. That really hasn't been done to a great effect in our region, and also liaison with those mining operators to see what their plans are or what commercial opportunities that they might have in the pipeline as they adjust their business model themselves away from mining potentially to other investment opportunities such as renewables. So voids can be used. I've seen proposals in the Hunter Valley for hydro schemes, for example. So there's a range of innovative opportunities for the use of those final landforms. Thank you.
Can I just also ask as well, just in terms of I read somewhere, just in terms of some of the Narrabri projects, and I think it's Whitehaven, and that they're investing in some of their own renewable facilities to generate their plants. Does it concern you at all that there's no external use or connection of those renewable facilities? Is that something you think could be a benefit to your shire?
Yeah, that certainly would be a greater benefit if those projects were to extend beyond the boundaries of the site, and if they could actually consider some legacy opportunities for the community, whether it be cogeneration or sort of a community partnership project. There's great opportunities potentially in that space.
Thank you. And Liverpool, did you want to mention about the?
Yes, so sorry, Madam Chair. Yes, I suppose the challenge in relation to that is, again, going back to the sort of underlying theme of, not really thinking forward in terms of future land use. And so one of the discussions that we've had with Whitehaven, for example, is as part of their rehabilitation, the restoration of the landform is not done in an engineered fashion that would support housing, for example. So it's designed to support biodiversity, which is great, but in terms of an integrated development of, say, housing or some other activity there, it's not possible because of the rehabilitation that they've done. Just in terms of renewable energy, one of the other suggestions, and again, the Mayor spoke about the chicken farm, was using some of the chicken litter, some of the waste material from a lot of the farming and agricultural operations, and looking at maybe some sort of biogas activity that would take place there. But that would require substantial investment. The mining operator doesn't really see that as their role to play, and that's where you would need somebody else to come in and co-invest. But I agree with what Ms. Osmond was saying, is it's really important that the local community does get some legacy infrastructure because they have, I guess, tolerated this activity. Yes, there have been some community benefits along the way, but the secondary or the ongoing land use has to be something that, the community has a say in and is accepting of.
And I think it's fair to say in both of your shires, I think there was quite a lot of anxiety amongst the agricultural sectors and operators on both the Liverpool Plains and Narrabri in some of these, especially as some of those proposals really started to get bigger or impacted. And of course in Liverpool Plains you're dealing with parts of the gas exploration as well still. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Questions from my colleagues? Honourable Westphane, Scott Barlow. Yep.
Thank you very much for both appearing today. It's Wes Fang from the Nationals and Deputy Chair of the committee. I'm just curious to understand from your perspectives what you think of levies that might be able to be imposed on sites either for mining in the future or, for example, to renewable energy projects such as solar farms or wind farms in order to provide the government or the local shire of the day the opportunity to rehabilitate that site post its use and when the either power plant or mine reaches its end of life. Do you see that there might be some value in looking at a levy system when a solar farm or a wind farm is being proposed?
Through you, Madam Chair, did you want me to answer that?
In turn, both of I'd love both of you to answer if you wouldn't mind. But
I don't see any benefit for us unless we do have a legacy. I mean, we've already lost out. We only have the one mine, and we are an agricultural region. We have some of the best agricultural land and some of the best grazing land in the state. And I don't see paddocks and paddocks of solar farms making up the difference. All that will do is create more problems for the grazing land and for the arable land we have. We're known as a food bowl. We've advocated strongly to remain an agricultural region. And as I said, I don't see the benefits flowing from the solar industry the same as what we haven't seen the benefits of the mining industry. Having said that, we only have the one mine, but we haven't seen the return of investment back into our agricultural region that it's produced in royalties and taxes. Our roads are still second rate. Our economy with 4,000 ratepayers is flagging all the time, and I don't see the benefit in that. I see a huge benefit in the infrastructure that's there being an investment in a transport dispatch centre to create jobs, which we badly need. Solar panels don't produce a lot of jobs once they're constructed, and they use up productive agricultural land. Now, I'm not saying there's not a place for them, but there's certainly not a place for them on the productive land that we have, because that's and is going to be our sole income in the future.
So before I move to you, Ms. Osling, would it be fair to say then, Mr. Hawkins, that it might be the loss of prime agricultural land when you've got these renewable energy projects being enforced on your communities ultimately will provide less of a benefit than the continued productive use of that land in an agricultural through food or fibre sense, and that it's more likely that you'd prefer to have that prime agricultural land in place than having, I guess, renewable energy projects forced on your shire.
Absolutely. I think that the benefits of the agricultural land will be there long after, and the benefits to the country, to the state, will be there long after. I believe solar farms have an estimated life of 30 years, very similar to mines. And then you're dealing with the aftermath like we're dealing with the aftermath of just one mine.
Yeah.
I believe our grazing land and our water, our aquifers here and our water supply here and our arable ground here needs to be protected at all costs.
So do you think then that a levy system against this reckless renewable rollout is probably not going to be enough of a support for the future when these solar factories are been I guess their lifespan is used up and we're left with fields of useless glass and metal?
It's my belief that it won't, yes.
Yeah. Ms. Osling, could I ask your opinion on that question? Do you think that the rollout of this, renewable energy projects throughout rural and regional New South Wales is perhaps ill thought out, given that there's no levy system in place in order to constitute the land back to prime agricultural land once those projects have reached their end of life? And do you think that we need to put a levy system in place before we continue the rollout of renewables? And would you prefer to have the prime agricultural land in place instead of fields of glass and spinning turbines?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, that's actually a really interesting question. I'm seeing now within communities tensions between the renewable sector and the rural and agricultural community, similar to back in the day when mining was first entering our region. There is a growing level of concern around the impact on prime agricultural land and the need to preserve that land for a whole range of reasons. I think an issue that's overlooked and a matter that we've just brought to the attention of the National General Assembly for the Australian Local Government Association is the fact that we're facing a tsunami of renewable waste that our landfills are not equipped to deal with. We are not able to accommodate that future waste, and there's limited attention to research and development in that space. On the question of levies for future rehabilitation, if that model was to involve councils actually doing that work, we're not equipped to deal with that type of activities, nor to take responsibility for rehabilitation. That's for a whole range of reasons, and I wholeheartedly agree with Mayor Hawkins in terms of his observations that mining communities have not derived the full benefit of hosting mines. A lot of the benefits have bypassed our communities. We still have the road network in disrepair. Our assets are ageing. We're under incredible financial strain as organisations, and there's a current inquiry on that topic at both local and federal level. So no, we're not equipped to deal with actually doing any sort of work in that space as rural regional organisations that are struggling to attract and retain staff.
Thank you for that, Ms. Osling. I guess my last question on that is, in that instance then, given that both of you have, I guess, provided fairly detailed answers in relation to issues related to renewable energy projects, do you think we should stop the rollout of these renewable energy projects until we've got in place a plan to manage the land and the recycling and the waste that's produced by renewable energy projects post their end-of-life use? That there should be, as part of the approval process, already in place levies, funds, and a plan in a way that we can then manage its end-of-life use.
I believe so. I also believe that the rollout of the renewable energy, there should be more consultation with the local shire to find the suitable ground so that we can have an input as to our agricultural ground that we don't get flooded or we don't lose that agricultural or our income through agriculture. There's probably ground that the solar rollout could be achieved with, but that knowledge is local knowledge, and there needs to be a lot more consultation with the local council in order to find out the common ground for that. But I agree that there should be, all of those things in place should be before we end up with a massive solar panels all over the place and no structure.
So just in relation to that that point you've just made, do you feel that the government isn't listening to the feedback from your shire and from the locals on the ground, that they're, I guess, just ramming through these projects without actually taking into account the position of the local government and the members of the public that are having these projects forced upon them?
Well, if I may, an example from the Liverpool Plains is that we have a proposal for a second solar farm in the Liverpool Plains that we've known about for approximately 14 days. There's been no, it's plumb in the middle of prime agricultural grazing land, and we have a mix of grazing land and a growing land, but this proposed solar farm is smack in the middle of that, close to the township, and it comes on the heels of the first one that's been done in Werris Creek. And the time that it's been proposed till now is approximately 2 weeks. I don't believe that there was enough consultation on this proposal to start with.
That's absolutely outrageous. That you've only been given 2 weeks.
We'll pass to the Honourable,
Thank
sorry,
you.
Miss Abigail Boyd
Sorry,
now
I'm
for
being
questions.
shut down by the Labor
Thank
Party
you.
on this.
Well, I'm sure we'll have time to come back to you, Mr.
Abigail
Fang.
Boyd has a question. Sorry.
I just wanted to, I guess, unpick some of the answers, the questions and answers from Mr. Fang just now. In terms of the what I'm hearing from around communities in New South Wales is this real frustration with there being a lack of a plan. I think it's fair to say that there was no real plan when it came to rolling out coal and coal mines to begin with, and we've ended up in a situation where we are, trying to play catch up, and no one wants to see that happen with renewables. If we are to set up these, transitional jobs, future jobs authorities as is being proposed, what would you want to see? I guess how quickly do you need that, and what do you think it would take to bring the community on board and actually sort of turn things around so that we do have that sort of plan?
Madam Chair, if I can answer that. Supportive of a authority that's driving and overseeing this process, as long as it's not another level of bureaucracy that we have to butt heads with, as has happened in the past. And if that transitional work is going to start, it needed to start yesterday. So these projects, these initiatives have a really long lead time. It takes time to build trust with communities, particularly Aboriginal First Nations communities, that can't be rushed and needs to be done in a thoughtful, insightful and engaging manner. So there needs to be a very, very strong community engagement framework built around it. Unfortunately, I've seen very few occasions as a local government practitioner that's been in the game for over 30 years. It's not often done well, so it really needs to be established up front to clearly manage expectation and actually deliver on what's promised.
Liverpool Plains, did you want to add?
Yes, if I may, through you, Madam Chair. So I think just in relation to renewable energy zones, and I'll just refer to previous experience with the Central West Arana, which was one of the first, and I think in principle it sounded great, partnering with the private sector and foundational candidate foundational generators to deliver renewable energy for the state. I think it's an issue that happens all the time, unfortunately, with state significant development, that the infrastructure development itself, whether it's a pipeline, whether it's renewable energy, whether it's a mine, is considered in isolation, and it cannot be considered in isolation. There are community impacts there. So just to give you a brief example, in the central west of Rhino, something like about 4,000 employees were flooded to that area to develop the renewable energy projects, let alone the transmission network that's required there. There was very little consideration given to where those temporary workers could be housed, the impact on those host communities who are already under terrible housing stress, and there was no coordination of that. Energy Co was set up rather belatedly and is running to catch up, and I think, as Ms. Osling said, it's all a little too late, unfortunately. But there's also the social impacts of the impact on schools, the impacts on childcare, the impacts on volunteer associations like the SES, the Rural Fire Brigade, even some of the medical areas. Just another silly example, the required drug and alcohol testing for the workforce. There isn't the local doctors and nurses who can carry that out, let alone the impacts of any workplace, heaven forbid, accidents that may occur as a result of that. So I think the lesson overall, whether it's mining, whether it's renewable energy, whether it's any state significant infrastructure, particularly on host communities that are isolated, that are rural, is not just the consultation process that Ms. Osling spoke about, but also the overall planning of the social, environmental and economic impacts, rather than just simply looking at it as a wind turbine or as a solar farm or what have you. It cannot be looked at in isolation. It needs to be a holistic, strategic process, and it takes time.
I'm really glad you mentioned the housing issue as well, because I think, again, going around to different areas where renewable energy zones are in place or being proposed, there's these common themes that, really the success of the project depends on what they've been able to negotiate with the proponent of the project. When it comes to that sort of influx of workers that come all of a sudden for the construction, they need houses, they need services, and then the impact that has when the sort of construction workforce leaves and just leaves the maintenance workforce. And then those issues around, if you've got a proponent who's got 40 years, say, on their solar farm, what happens at the end of that? Do we have have we stood up the industry yet for recycling those things? There's all of these questions. So what, I guess, rather than leaving it to each council to negotiate, what would you be looking to state government to do to try and shepherd that process so that we do have more of a plan and an idea of what's happening?
Well, I think, Madam Chair, just following on from that, I think the state government really needs to show some leadership there, and I think the Energy Code was a good idea. I think there was some tension initially because it was both the proponent of the transmission line as well as the organising authority. But I agree with you that allowing each council, and this was something that the Irina councils quickly recognised, was the ability of them being picked up, as it were, by proponents as to what community benefit scheme the various proponents get away with. In terms of, in the same question the member asked about levies, of what that community benefit scheme might look like, and I think they've agreed on something at the moment. But it would have been far better if that had been established right at the outset. So, look, as part of this renewable energy zone, the community benefit scheme would be, and this is the formula, how it's worked out. So there was no argy-bargy between some councils who were first at the rank feeling pressured fully by proponents that they needed to accept this, that was going to be good for their community, and then later regretting what they may have signed up to. So I think there really does need to be some leadership in that regard. And I guess from the proponent's perspective, that they feel that they're treated fairly as well, and it's a level playing field for them, that there is a recognised proposal and formula for working one out.
Madam Chair, if I can just add to that as well, I completely agree with Mr Murphy. One of the significant challenges that we've had is that the benefit sharing guidelines have not been finalised. So that has resulted in organisations being pitted off against one another and wanting to know what each other's got to make sure that we all aren't being shortchanged, and there's a real lack of trust around that process, and that really needs to be urgently addressed. And as we sort of indicated before, should have been set up quite some time ago.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all we have time for in this session. So thank you again to the witnesses for making time to give evidence to the inquiry. Our committee secretariat will be in touch with you with regards to any questions that were taken on notice. Thank you again. We'll now have a short break. Thank you. Welcome to our next inquiry participants. Thank you so much for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. If I could ask each of you, starting from my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Thank you. I'm Jackie Mills. I'm Senior Climate and Energy Campaigner at Nature Conservation Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I'm Jaden Harris, Advocacy Manager at the Nature Conservation Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Please.
So thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. The Nature Conservation Council of New South Wales is the peak group for the environment movement in New South Wales. We represent over 200 member groups. These are local conservation groups across our state who are concerned with protecting nature and addressing climate change. New South Wales faces a significant economic transformation as the world transitions to net zero and demand for coal exports decline. And we are concerned the government is underestimating the pace of this transformation. Any reforms to post-mining land use to facilitate new clean energy developments must enhance environmental outcomes. And it's important that post-mining land use should not be seen as an easy fix for mine operators to minimise rehabilitation obligations. Nature Conservation Council is concerned by any proposal which would weaken rehabilitation and compliance measures or leave an unfair burden on communities or poor environmental outcomes. And in addition to other industries, the economic and employment benefits that landscape restoration provides must not be overlooked. So the scale of this land use change that we're contemplating is a generational opportunity to enhance biodiversity outcomes in what is a key ecological region for the state, particularly the Hunter. We're currently in a state of crisis for nature with 954 species and 111 ecological communities listed as threatened in our state. And only 50% of our threatened species are expected to survive the next 100 years. So we believe the New South Wales Government must coordinate landscape restoration in particular to maximise biodiversity and connectivity outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions. Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Thank you. I'm sure my colleague will have some more questions, but I just wanted to start with this optimistic assessment for the future demand for coal. We've heard from a lot of communities that part of the reticence to embracing renewables and part of the stress being put on coal mining communities is this sort of lack of leadership and lack of plan from governments. It seems to me, and I'm sure you'll agree, that the continuing approval of coal mining and the endorsement of coal mining in New South Wales lasting much longer than it can under the science has to change eventually. So I guess, can you talk to us about the impacts of this sort of arguing of reality that governments are doing on the broader picture?
Sure. Well, as we outlined in our submission, we think that the government's current estimations for coal demand are overly optimistic, and taking those figures from the Future Jobs and Investment Issues paper. The figures that the government is relying on there is from the International Energy Agency's STEPS scenario, which is a stated policies scenario, which is by far their most overly optimistic for coal. I mean, that's got global coal demand declining 10% by 2030 and only 30% by 2050. And the other two scenarios that the International Energy Agency has modelled is the net zero emissions scenario, which is the only scenario compatible, as you said, with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees, and that has a 45% reduction by 2030 and a 90% reduction by 2050. But before that as well, there's the announced policies scenario where coal demand globally is still declining 20% by 2030 and 70% by 2050. So to just have picked one of those scenarios in that issues paper, we see as totally overly optimistic. And it's not just the climate and the environmental damage that exporting that coal and having it burnt will be done, but we're setting up communities to not appreciate the scale of the transformation in front of us, and we're not getting prepared to help minimise the damage that will come if we don't diversify economies and support communities. But I'd just add to that as well that Australia's coal exports are likely to decline much faster than simply global coal use. And we're seeing around the world at the moment, countries that are continuing to use coal will always have a preference to use local coal as opposed to imported seaborne coal. And the International Energy Agency has some research on that as well, that they're talking about there being ample domestic supply in China and India, and they're forecasting that the share of global thermal coal demand met by exports will decrease from 15% to 13% out to 2026, and Australia is likely to be one of the countries most impacted by that. So these forecasts are that coal demand will be coming off, but it will be coming off quicker than we think it is, and we need to be preparing genuinely for that if we're going to avoid setting communities up for failure and having a range of stranded assets in these communities as well.
So if we set up these future jobs, transitions authorities, whatever they're called, I just call them transitions authorities, and they're set up on a faulty set of assumptions, are we just setting communities up to fail then? Is that a vital part of these authorities succeeding in that we actually have a proper understanding of the markets and where things are going?
Absolutely. I think that we could be having a range of scenarios to be planning for. What the issues paper mentions at the moment is simply one of them, but we should be prepared as well for a future where demand for coal decreases a lot more rapidly in line with the 1.5 degree temperature goal. And it's not just about avoiding the challenges that the transition will bring, but addressing the opportunities as well. And we're going to be missing out on the new industry opportunities in green steel, in advanced renewable manufacturing, in landscape rehabilitation, if we're not planning for that now. I mean, some of those investment decisions and those projects are going to take a while to come online. Green steel in particular is still some time away, but what we're hearing from the clean energy sector is that businesses are looking at where the policies are to support those investment decisions now, and those jobs will go overseas if we don't have a plan and a framework in place to really support them.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Higginson.
Thank you. I'm just wondering about what you say in terms of land use, about the intersection with the regeneration that clearly needs to happen, and that, you know, we assume quite a bit will happen because that's the current status quo in terms of legal requirement, but also whether you think beneficial land use the intersection between the beneficial drawdown for carbon sequestration through the regeneration process, and whether that is something we should be looking at in terms of what is because we keep making, I think, these assumptions that land use has to be, you know, for it to be productive and beneficial, has to be, these jobs on the ground that that are quite traditional. But is there, and do you see a place for the regeneration jobs, but also the services and the economy that comes from the carbon side of the equation?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, as we said in our submission, the economic and the employment benefits that landscape restoration provides shouldn't be overlooked. I mean, landscape restoration is an incredibly labour-intensive industry, and we heard some of the unions mentioning that this morning as well. There's a range of employment opportunities as well in landscape restoration. Some of them are professional, some of them are semi-skilled, some of them are skilled. It's machinery operators, it's ecologists, Indigenous rangers. There's a whole ecosystem of labour that can be supported in that, and not only in those direct employment economic benefits for the regions, but also in the natural capital values that it provides to the broader region, and the ecosystem services that support tourism, that support the sustainable agricultural industry and wine industry in the Hunter in particular. And as you said as well, you know, the carbon benefits more broadly. And so we think that any consideration of post-mining land use should as a starting point recognise those values and recognise the incredible opportunity, given the scale of the transformation that's occurring and likely to occur in the Hunter. We can become a world leader in landscape restoration, and there'll be a whole knowledge base and skills base that is quite valuable and that can be exported globally. But to achieve that opportunity as well, in terms of the future jobs and investment authorities and the other frameworks and government policies in this area, we need recognition of the skills that are needed for that, and more support for restoration in TAFE programs and training pathways.
And do you think, is there, so you're, at the moment, you mentioned sort of natural capital and the ecosystem services, is that something that here in New South Wales we need to do? Like, is there work already to understand exactly what we mean and how we account and how we value, or is that work that we need to do as well?
I think there's some understanding of it, and we saw recently in the government's nature strategy in response to the Henry Review, there's talk about natural capital accounting frameworks on a regional basis, and we think they should be done on a statewide basis as well. But part of the problem, particularly in the Hunter, is that we don't have a really accurate picture of what the post-mining landscape will look like, and we're not able to have a good understanding at a regional-wide landscape level what restoration is going to be done, where will there be final voids, what are the biodiversity values that will be created there. And as we mentioned in our submission, that's a particularly important area, the Hunter, ecologically in New South Wales. If you look at a map of New South Wales along the divide, essentially from the Victorian border to the Queensland border, we've got large patches of vegetation, but the Hunter is an area that really stands out, and it's at the northernmost extent of the Sydney Basin bioregion, the southernmost extent of the North Coast bioregion. It's an area where a lot of species meet their geographical limits, and so anything that we can do to enhance biodiversity values and biodiversity corridors and connectivity outcomes in that area will have, hopefully, the ability to support species to extend their geographic range as climate change occurs. And so we need an accurate picture of what's going to be there, I think, before we start to consider what the other post-mining land uses would be, including clean energy, and as desirable as those outcomes would be.
So just on that, are you saying, therefore, that those biodiversity outcomes would be a good threshold requisite kind of outcome? Like, you defined that first, and I think if I was to mix, say, your submission with bits of the next submission from witnesses from Lock the Gate, they talk very poignantly about this extinction debt and this deficit of nature, and that you're talking about now. Should it be a threshold of actually fix the ecosystem, and we then, everything from that kind of is a benefit, can then benefit, and future land uses should be in addition to that?
Yeah, absolutely. And we can't do that until we've got a solid understanding of what that is, and then future planning proposals for alternative land uses should be assessed in a similar way, where if there was to be any vegetation losses or other ecosystem impacts, that they would be offset to the biodiversity offset scheme, or avoided and mitigated in an appropriate hierarchy, as any other planning process in the planning system would be done.
Thank you. I might ask you a couple of questions now about, you talk about the need to sort of balance the need for environmental outcomes with also the need to look at what the potential future uses are for mining land. And you mentioned in your submission that there is considerable merit to using the existing infrastructure and utility connections for new clean industry opportunities. I wanted to invite you to talk more about what those opportunities could be, and indeed any challenges that you're aware of in sort of standing up that at the moment.
Thank you for the question. So I think absolutely, as Jaden was outlining, we think there is definitely a place for sustainable clean energy projects in the post-mining land use landscape. And I think making use of those sites where there is existing, transmission lines or other infrastructure makes a lot of sense as well. I think one of the key aspects of this is ensuring that the rehabilitation requirements for those companies operating the mines are fully respected, and those rehabilitation requirements are fully funded, and you know, the site is left in accordance with the final landform as outlined originally. So what we would say is that there's good scope for clean energy projects, but we would not want to see any pulling back from those obligations by virtue of passing them over to third parties that might want to operate clean energy sites or otherwise. So I think, there could be a range of different technologies at play in those sorts of environments. I think there are discussions afoot around solar farms, around pumped hydro as some examples. I think, the enthusiasm for some of those projects probably just needs to be balanced with, the reality of what we face in the post-mining landscape. So, there is potential for ongoing ground and surface water contamination, for example, erosion, subsidence, and of course these vast mine voids that are left even, following the rehabilitation process as well. So one of the key principles around renewable energy projects is to ensure productive co-use where possible. So we would seek to ensure that these sites have the biodiversity outcomes, but also if there's an opportunity to marry clean energy projects with agriculture, for example. We start to see some good examples of that, where you have solar farms and livestock grazing in proximity, which can work quite well.
So you would say that a mixed use of some of these sites is something that you would support?
Yep.
Beautiful, thank you. The Honourable Westphane?
Thank you. Just, Ms Mills, on your last point there about mixed use, having, say, for example, a solar farm and stock grazing in the same vicinity, how does that work?
Yeah, so it's something that's come about more recently, whereby, there's an arrangement with a pastoralist to graze, for example, sheep or something like that, and the solar panels are also on the same land. So the animals are able to graze underneath that, and of course the solar panels are able to generate that electricity.
And when that happens, obviously, with the solar farm itself covering the majority of the land, what's the regrowth like after the stock has been through there? What likelihood are they to have, another pasture of similar quality, given that the solar farms cover the majority of that field?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question.
Well, when you've got a solar farm and you've got stock that graze underneath it, usually they'll strip it fairly bare, and then, well, if you'd like to answer the question, Ms Higginson, I suggest you go and join up on that side of the table and become a witness. I'm asking Ms Mills here. We know that when you've got solar farms covering the majority of the field, they create issue with runoff when it's rained. You've got issues with regrowth. So what's the likelihood that you're going to get a second pasture, third pasture, fourth pasture into subsequent years in able to graze cattle, sheep under the solar panels?
They're actually doing this in Uralla. Like it's
No. I'm asking what the. I'm asking.
Sorry.
Well, again, if you'd like to,
Sorry.
Also, Ms Boyd, like to actually give evidence, then I would invite you to join.
Questions like you didn't know the order. I was just
No,
trying
I
to
know
help.
the answer. I'm asking Ms
Well, you
Mills.
don't.
She's given evidence.
Ms Mills, sorry.
Through the chair, just in response to the question, my understanding from the projects that are in place, in particular in places like the New England region, is that the pastoralists there have so far found that these approaches have worked pretty well for them. I'm not in a position to give you figures on the finances of their property, but I'm not familiar with any suggestions around problems on runoff or subsequent kind of declines in regrowth capacity.
Okay. How do they go about managing the land underneath with the solar panels there?
My understanding is that they use a range of techniques that they would use. I'm not a farmer, but my understanding is that they manage the land much as they have been, and they're able to do that with the solar panels. The animals also have the added benefit of shade.
So it's your evidence then that it really makes no material difference having the field full of solar panels, and that they can effectively just use the pasture underneath with no impact to the quality, to the soil. Again, Ms. Higginson, if you want to give evidence, go and jump on the other side. Otherwise, be quiet. I was not interrupting your questioning.
Sorry, Wes.
Thank you.
I'm not familiar with any reported detrimental impacts.
Okay. In relation to some of the questions that were asked previously around exporting of coal, if we were to cease immediately coal exports, where would those countries that import our coal likely receive their energy sources from?
Well, as the International Energy Agency report is forecasting, and as they are forecasting, is there will be a decline of coal, and as I was saying earlier, of global coal seaborne trade. Precisely because some of them are substituting for their own domestic coal at the moment, and they're building new coal-fired power stations, or the new coal-fired power stations that they have are better suited to a different type of coal from the local production capabilities.
I guess not really answering the question I was asking though. And look, again, if the cheap seats over there would like to,
No, we're just talking to each other.
yeah, well, you're doing it quite loudly, and it's it's very,
Order.
this is really getting out of hand, you two.
Order.
I just
the Honourable Wes Fang
Thank
will
you, Chair.
make remarks through the chair and stick to the questions.
Well, Chair, it's getting a bit too much for these two. Anyway, that's my point. So, Mr. Harris, in relation to, I guess, places that are receiving coal at the moment, if we were to turn off the tap, so to speak, and guess stop coal exports, is it likely that other markets are going to have the same access to the same quality of coal that we provide at the moment?
Well, it's the point that I think we're really clear on making is that these are questions and these are decisions that are being made not here in Macquarie Street, not in Canberra, but in these other countries and in the boardrooms of Tokyo.
No, I appreciate that. I guess the point, and look, I'll fast forward to where I'm getting with this. If we turn off the tap to coal now, as Ms. Abigail Boyd indicated in her questions, isn't it likely that either they're going to have to access lesser quality coal, which is ultimately going to result in higher emissions, given that they haven't had time to transition to another form, whether it be clean energy with nuclear or renewable energy such as wind or solar, that they're going to have to find another way to power their grids, given that they've only got, thermally powered energy systems, that they're going to have to burn something. If it's not our high quality coal, then they're going to burn something that's going to end up with higher emissions because it's less efficient, like brown coal.
Well, there is also some reporting from industry recently that some of the newer coal plants in Asia are being built precisely to cater for lower grades of coal, because that's where the increasing production in those home countries is available. So whether we like it or not, it is absolutely the case that demand for coal in New South Wales is likely to decline, and when we're submitting that it would be likely to decline faster than we're currently anticipating it. And we can make arguments about to what degree there would be some substitution. But there's also an important point to consider that as one of the largest coal exporters in the world, any reduction of our supply from policies here would likely have some sort of an impact on the quantity of coal and the price of coal being consumed globally. But our submission is really in terms of looking at what the local impacts on communities will be and looking at the local environmental impacts, that we are doing ourselves a great disservice to underestimate the transformation that's in front of us.
Can I at least get you to concede that at the very least, if we turn off coal exports now from New South Wales with our high quality black coal, there is the potential that places that currently buy coal from us will end up burning less efficient, less less clean burning coal, which is ultimately going to result in higher emissions. We might feel better about it, but we're doing the planet a disservice. Can you admit that at all? Like, can you even see that that's a possibility?
But the plants that are constructed are configured to burn a certain quality of coal, and so
no, that's fine if that's the answer. I just want to see your ability to actually accept other. And look, I can sometimes change my position and view.
It's been a point of order. It's been a point of order. Raise point of order.
I don't think there's a question coming at the end of this. I think it's over.
I would have made sure there was.
May I ask a
question? If we can move on.
To the Honourable Primrose, yes.
Just following up from the earlier questions, I'm seeking you to concede that a grazier with sheep who puts them on land where there are also solar panels would know better than any of us and you about whether that's appropriate or not. Would you accept that?
I don't object to what you're saying, but I'm not sure what the question is.
The question
it was
is...
so opaque I couldn't...
Order!
The question is that it's not up to those of us who aren't graziers and members of Parliament, members of this committee, or indeed yourselves, the sheer fact that graziers are choosing to do that, and clearly, from your evidence, doing it effectively, is a decision that they're making, and that they're in the best position to make that decision. Would that be a fair statement?
I would agree with that. Heads nodding.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I ask, before I pass again to Mr. Higginson, in terms of the benefits of having multiple successive uses, or uses that are happening sort of concurrently, what are the potential positive impacts of that on a local community, and also on the broader economy, really, when you think of places like the Hunter, which
Well, there's obviously a range of benefits, and particularly with clean energy projects, or whether it's new manufacturing, energy-intensive manufacturing opportunities, which are only possible to be built here in Australia because of our abundant, cheap, clean, renewable energy supply. These and the opportunities for regions like the Hunter, as the world transitions to net zero, are really exciting and are really incredible. And we think that the New South Wales economy and the Hunter economy will continue to benefit as a region that has powered this state for many decades, and will continue to, but with new opportunities in renewable energy. But also in landscape restoration and in valuing the biodiversity outcomes that we have. And there's as we've mentioned earlier, there's a range of very exciting possibilities, whether it's offshore wind and the manufacturing opportunities and the local support services that come with that, whether it's green steel, green ammonium, green iron, but also using the skills base that the Hunter has in terms of tradespeople and those sectors where we have a lot of skills from the mining sector, can be used to make things like electric buses in New South Wales, and there is exciting opportunities like that already happening there. So there's a lot of those opportunities, as you mentioned, Chair, could be used using the existing infrastructure and facilities that the mining industry has. But as we said earlier, we think that should be done in a planned way, where we're first recognising what the post-mining landforms would look like and the outcomes that would deliver for biodiversity.
Thank you. Ms Mills, did you have something to add there, or before I move to another question?
Another question.
Thank you. In terms of the benefits and ensuring we have, shared benefits for our community, how can we ensure that when we're looking at innovative ways to use land post-mining, that the benefits are shared equally or shared in such a way so that our community really stands to benefit?
Yeah, so I think what's important here is probably for us to all appreciate the scale of the transformation that's required for key regions, in particular the Hunter. There's a vast area of land where mining will come to an end in the coming decades. And I think, as we've outlined, it's really important that we have an understanding of what that baseline is in terms of environmental values. We have confidence that final landforms will be achieved on that. I think one of the key things here to have that planned approach is to ensure that there's a suitable independent authority that is tasked with looking at what the future could look like, and an authority that really consults community as part of that. So, we would say that post-mining land use, the policies that relate to that and the purpose of that should relate to the public interest and the community interest, not the interest of miners. And so an independent authority that helps policymakers to understand what is that environmental baseline, what are the various options, and actually sets out some objectives. So rather than ad hoc approach, we have a planned approach to what transformation of a region might look like with respect to diversification of economy, economic skills and training opportunities, as well as those biodiversity values and corridors that we mentioned. And I think one thing that we see in many of these communities is that they have effectively been locked out of participation over the previous decades as mining has taken over the landscape. And this is a real opportunity to actually empower them to have more of a say in what the future of their regions look like.
Thank you. Mr. Higginson?
Yeah, thank you. Do you have any knowledge about the final voids, and there's a lot of them, do your sort of local member groups, who I know there are some around the Hunter and so on, but have they spoken to you about their concerns about how many final voids there are, and in terms of a regeneration focus, is there any work across the world that we're looking at or looking to in terms of informing this work at this earlier stage?
Yeah, do you want to go on? The final voids are of concern, particularly the water impacts, which I can speak briefly to. And the Hunter River and the ecosystems around it, I don't think we do have a clear understanding of when restoration is done, and to avoid groundwater contamination from mines seeping into other waterways. The landform planning is generally for the drainage to be into a final void. And I don't think we have a clear idea of what the long-term impacts on water security that will have. And then obviously we're left with pits that will gradually become more contaminated over time. I know Lock the Gate, who you're hearing from next, has done some more work in that area, as have some of our other local member groups. But it is of real concern, and I think it's something to keep in mind when we're talking about the need to ensure that any post-mining land use isn't letting corporations off the hook for the damage that they've done and for the obligations that they have taken on when they received a mining lease, and ensuring that those standards remain the same and as robust as they can be. And we would argue at the moment that they're not robust enough, that we need further reforms to enhance those standards. That's really important to actually support future post-mining land use and to give certainty to other future users of the land and new industries that they are not going to be developing new opportunities on land which is contaminated and is going to be a challenge to manage moving into the future.
So with that, we heard this earlier as well from somebody who was on council and is now, and he was saying that because clearly the reason we've got so many is because the mining corporations managed to successfully argue at the consent stage that it was far too expensive to deal with a final void, someone will deal with it later. So you're saying that we actually really need to look at that, and that the current conditions and settings probably aren't the best if we are looking at beneficial future land use and whatever the beneficial land uses are going forward. We need to look back at what to do now about that.
Absolutely. And we'd mention as well that we know that the rehabilitation security bonds are inadequate at the moment, and so we've heard discussion about whether a levy would be appropriate to help manage these risks, and we think that is a sensible idea, because at the moment it's going to be the public or future land users and the community that are left on the hook for this, and I don't think that that's in the best interest of anyone to see that being the legacy.
So with that, if you're in your kind of design of how you would best manage that, knowing what you know in terms of, or knowing what we all know in terms of the inadequacy of what's in the fund at the moment, where would you think is the best place to impose this levy?
Well, it could be imposed at a few places. We don't have a detailed view on that, I should say. We can take that on notice and get some of the and gather some of the views of our member groups. Whether it's at the point of coal extraction or at sale, there's a number of ways that it could be. But something that we think is really important is that those funds and any expenditure in this area in future is guided by community voices as well, and having environment groups, community groups and workers at the table facilitating those outcomes, because as others have said to this committee, communities should have a say over what the future land uses are. They know what's best and what's needed in their regions, and so that community input is something that's been missing to date, and whether it's through the Future Jobs and Investment Authorities, which currently the proposed remit isn't looking at landscape restoration and community benefits as important as future jobs and investment is. Perhaps there's another authority, or those functions should be included into that authority. But whatever that mechanism is that is distributing the funds, it needs to have a clear way for communities and local environment groups and workers to be putting their views about what the priorities are in those regions.
Does it concern you at all that, so I think about 20 mines have been signed off, as in closure plans have been signed off in the last 4 years, I think. I've got it somewhere. And that some of those closure plans have been quite different to what was, the legacy, the landscape that's left is quite different to what was there beforehand. So it may have been native vegetation, functioning ecosystem, and now it's being restored to grazing land. Does that concern you in terms of looking this inquiry? Should we be looking, where is our baseline, where's our point, where do we go back to in terms of measuring, if we were looking at this landscape regeneration and fixing the kind of ecosystem loss that we've created? Is there a baseline? Do we go, where do we start?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we would submit that the baseline should be pre-mining land use, and that as a priority when moving to a post-mining future in the Hunter, the native vegetation that was removed to facilitate mining should at first be restored. And if we're not restoring that in places where we have a beneficial post-mining land use, and in some cases that may absolutely be the case, then that vegetation should be offset elsewhere. And that's why our point around having an authority that is dealing with that landscape level challenge is in place, to take a regional view of that, because where we are then deciding to rehabilitate native vegetation in other areas where it previously wasn't, to facilitate post-mining land use, we could get great ecological outcomes for that. We could enhance connectivity even more. But particularly the threatened ecosystems that were removed, and the offset obligations that already exist on mining companies, and we know that at the moment a lot of the mines have plans to do their to create credits from their restoration that they need to generate. They must be delivered at a first priority. But overall, we should be aiming for a net increase in vegetation cover from all development, but particularly from the restoration of mines.
Does it concern you that now the government has just put on the table that it's proposing to change the allowance of mine rehabilitation as an offset under the offset scheme, and that's what mining corporations have been doing and have been able to do, but the law going forward is recognising that that's a failure in terms of nature positive or no net loss even. Is there a concern there for you? Is there something we as an inquiry should be looking at in relation to that?
The functioning of the biodiversity offset scheme at the moment is of great concern, and we are looking forward to the government's foreshadowed reforms coming later this year, and we absolutely think that there should be a much more stringent offset system for all development, where we have no net loss, but also clear red lines around area and threatened species habitat that cannot be offset and cannot be restored, and that should not be destroyed in the first place. And so we look forward to that, and we hope that that reform will be very robust.
Can I just ask a final question?
Sorry, I got carried away. Just last question.
No, please.
What about, though, do you think in terms of this inquiry, and it's wonderful to hear your optimism and positivity around the opportunities for the Hunter and the Gunnedah Basin, those areas. Do you think that in terms of that approach, that we should actually be looking at opening up some of those flaws that have enabled mine rehabilitation that hasn't necessarily been best practice? Is that something we should be doing? Should it be all options are on the table?
Absolutely, and particularly when we're considering the new opportunities that the mining industry has in this state, and as we're the global transition to net zero, and the demand for critical minerals, which are essential to decarbonise the economy. But from whatever mining it is that's occurring, NCC's view is that the rehabilitation needs to be best standard, and we need to ensure that the levies and the funds are there to rehabilitate land and enable its future use and enable its return to beneficial biodiversity outcomes. Absolutely.
Thanks. Just a final one from me, if you can answer in the next 2 minutes. It may not be a question that can be answered in 2 minutes, so please feel free to take it on notice or otherwise. In terms of a independent regulatory framework or independent body that you've sort of alluded to, what will be needed in that to ensure and maintain best practice in post-mining land use?
There's a few points to it, and so the proposed future jobs and investment authorities, as it's now, the government's now describing them. And I should say that NCC is a member of the Hunter Jobs Alliance, and we endorse the comments more broadly they've made. Whether it's through that authority or a separate authority that deals with restoration and landscape planning is really a question for government. We think they could be together, they could be separate. What matters is that there is that planning and coordination by the government to achieve outcomes on a regional level, and not to be having dozens of independent land use decisions being made, which will create worse environmental outcomes, worse outcomes in terms of jobs, and not give the community a clear avenue and a way to provide their feedback and actually have some ownership over the outcomes that are being created. That's the key principle, really. For us, as well as the coordination, it's providing a way for the community to have a voice over the future of the land use in the region. And just briefly in terms of why it's so important for the coordination, particularly from state government. We've heard this question a few times about why is there the need for state authorities when the federal government is doing activities on these space. It's the state government that has the levers over skills and training in TAFE. It's the state government that has the levers over planning, but also in terms of local roads. And so it is really important, instead of having multiple points across the government trying to coordinate what is a very large and a very complex activity, to have a front door, not only for the community, but for workers who are looking to find training and skills pathways into the new opportunities or into the restoration, but also for the government to coordinate itself through that way. And that's some of the examples that we've seen from Victoria, and the Latrobe Valley Authority has really highlighted that importance.
Thank you. That's all we have time for, but thank you so much again for making the time to give evidence to the inquiry and for your submission. Questions that were taken on notice, the committee secretariat will get in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to our next inquiry participants, and thank you so much for making the time to give evidence to the inquiry. If I could ask both of you, perhaps starting with you, Ms. Woods, to state your name, position, title, and to swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Yes. My name's Georgina Woods. I'm Head of Research and Investigations at Lock the Gate Alliance. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I'm Steve Phillips. I'm the Hunter Coordinator for the Lock the Gate Alliance. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
I might just say a few things, thank you, because like other speakers today, we are really grateful to the committee for initiating this inquiry and allowing these issues to be aired and discussed in public. As we raised in our submission, we are aware that the New South Wales Government has been in discussion with mining companies for some years about these issues, so it's really valuable for the Parliament to inquire into them and allow the broader public the opportunity to get involved. Research has shown that when mining communities experience dramatic change and reduction in mining activity, they fare better in the sort of ensuing change period if there is transparent and deliberate communication and involvement of the public and the community ahead of time in the changes that are going to occur. And we have been long advocating in the Hunter for this to be the case, to involve the public in planning and considering what the future of the Hunter region is going to look like. I would just mention that subsequent to our submission, Regional New South Wales has now launched a long-promised rehabilitation data portal, which we're very excited about. We've yet to fully explore it, but we do believe that it provides an opportunity to fill some of the gaps that we raised in our submission in being able to paint a picture of what the post-mining landscape will look like in the mining-affected regions of New South Wales.
Thank you. Mr. Phillips, did you have any opening remarks? Or?
No, thanks. We'll just
Beautiful.
sure, just do that for both of us.
Thank you. We'll move to questions. On to Miss Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good afternoon to both of you. Lovely to see you. I wanted to, I guess, touch on, firstly, on the, I know that Lock the Gate has advocated for a long time in relation to the inadequacy of securities and bonds that are kept for mine rehabilitation. And I was struck in your submission by the comments around, basically this stage of the transition could lead to these companies being able to sort of wriggle even further out of their legal obligations to rehabilitate. Could you just talk the committee through the risk there and I guess the necessity to try and capture some of that value from them before they walk away?
Yeah, thank you. I might kick off and then hand to Steve because he knows this one quite intimately. But essentially, as I said, the mining industry has been discussing post-mining land use with government agencies for quite some time. And We obtained a Freedom of Information request, which indicated that one of the key things that the companies were asking the government to do was to absolve them of what they call residual risk. So under the New South Wales system for rehabilitation, as was mentioned earlier, there's a basic legal obligation to leave a mine site in a safe, stable and non-polluting state. And there are also quite long-standing and detailed obligations to rehabilitate mine sites to restore, in large part, woodland areas that have been previously cleared, but also grazing land and, in some cases, cropping land, commitments to return alluvial floodplain cropping land to its previous state, which will be interesting to see. And so that will take quite some time, and that's what the security deposits are designed to secure against, that job. But then after the mining lease is relinquished, there's no arrangement in New South Wales to deal with what the Audit Office described as the long-term environmental risk. So issues that arise, 20 years after the mine ceases operating, to do with groundwater contamination or erosion and subsidence, a number of things that have been evident in Newcastle and Cessnock, for many years. And at the moment, the Mining Act provides that even if your mining authority has been relinquished, if there is something that needs to be done to protect the environment or act against a risk, a previous holder of an authority that caused that risk is the person who can be directed by the government to fix it. And if they don't act on that direction, then the government can fix it and recoup the money from them. I think this is the residual risk liability that the mining companies are uncomfortable with, and that we are concerned needs to remain in place. Steve, have I done that accurately?
Yeah, I think so. There's the residual risk, which we understand from GIPA documents is one of the things that the mine operators are hoping to get out of through this process, and also the final land use plans that are currently, an obligation on these mines, and quite an important one when you consider the context in which they were approved and the widespread public alarm around impacts on biodiversity and loss of agricultural land. These projects were justified on the basis that these sites would be returned to these strict criteria afterwards, and we're quite concerned at signs that the post-mining land use process and this rush to bring new industries in, which is obviously a welcome thing, and particularly with the hard stand infrastructure, obviously there are some reforms that could be made there, but we're quite concerned that this process not be used kind of to reduce the obligations on the community and environmental obligations on mines, which are really important parts of their approval. And hopefully strengthen the rehabilitation obligations on the mines.
Thank you. We heard this morning about the Muswellbrook Shire Council example involving Liddell, and I was trying to get a bit more detail about exactly what the the rehabilitation obligations on the companies involved in that were as part of that agreement. I don't think I got the details I was after. I was wondering if you were across the details of that arrangement, and whether whether any corners were cut, I guess, in terms of rehabilitation when they were getting into that deal.
Do you want me to answer that, Steve?
Yes, please.
Look, Ms. Boyd, I don't know the details in depth of that, but I have certainly looked at the Muswellbrook Mine rehabilitation final land use image, which Steve referred to, as all the mines have to have this projection of their final land use, and it doesn't include, all of the infrastructure that has been negotiated with Muswellbrook Council. And as was pointed out earlier today, that mine operates under a consent from the Muswellbrook Council themselves, so that the mine was able to discuss that matter directly with their consent authority. it hasn't been easy, outside of Muswellbrook. I mean, perhaps there's been community sessions locally in town about it, but it hasn't been easy to sort of gel the obligations that Idemitsu had on that site with the the pieces of information that were coming out about the proposals they were putting forward.
Just a final question from me before I hand over to my colleagues. I know that you spent a long time looking at those coal-fired power station sites and the rehabilitation of particularly the ash dams that would be required before any sort of other industry could viably take place on that land. At the moment, the future jobs, I keep forgetting what this thing is called, but basically the Just Transition Authority being proposed by New South Wales government at the moment doesn't explicitly include those coal-fired power stations. It's really focused on the mines. Can you, I guess, explain to us a little bit about what would need to happen at sites like Liddell before you could viably turn them into some sort of other productive land use?
Well, you may be confusing us with the Hunter Community Environment Centre, who do a lot of work on the ash dams at the mine sites. They are our colleagues. Both Steve and I have been one time or another on the committee for the Environment Centre, but we don't, Lock the Gate doesn't work on power station sites. Our knowledge is in the sort of impacts of the mining industry on land and water mostly. Steve, I don't know if you have anything to say about the ash dams.
No, we don't really do power stations at Liddell, sorry, but yeah, certainly we could talk about the rehab barriers that stand between the mine sites and any viable post-mining land uses, but no.
Yeah.
Not for the power.
Thank you. I wasn't confusing you. I was perhaps just associating you in a
Yes,
glorious...
well, it's a fair association to draw. I mean, obviously...
It was a Dixer and you blew it.
Reports, and there's certainly a great legacy problem with those ash dams, and they need, a standing obligation to recycle that ash because it is causing heavy metal pollution in the lake and other waterways. I guess our perspective on where the mines fit into that is that, they don't have sites quite as large and dramatic as those ash dams, but they do certainly have tailings dams and frequently are dealing with heavy metals and salt on site. And so this is sort of part of the ongoing obligation to prevent pollution is, in our view, something that will last long after the mining leases are relinquished.
And I guess then, sorry, this really is the final question. It's related. I just, I know that there has been a bit of a history of some of these coal-fired power stations taking their coal ash and filling mine voids with them. What are the risks involved in doing that in terms of then sort of using the land afterwards?
Yeah, there was an arrangement, I think, with the Drayton mine to do that, which is now closed, with one of the power stations. I mean, the risks are fairly complicated. One of the reasons why the final voids issue is so difficult is that the voids, when left open, create what's known as a groundwater sink. They draw groundwater in from the surrounding area on an ongoing basis. And because the water in the pit lake continues to evaporate, it's basically a pump for groundwater. Now, from one environmental perspective, you can see that that's somewhat desirable in the sense that you're guaranteeing that for at least a couple of 100 years, there isn't going to be a push of contaminated water out of the mine site and into the surrounding areas. If you just loosely fill a mine void, with soil, then it becomes a bit of a groundwater bubble. Because it's much less consolidated than the surrounding rock areas, it actually collects a lot more water and then starts pushing groundwater into the surrounding aquifers. So if you had coal ash or other, metals, soluble metals in that material, then yes, you would then begin potentially presenting a risk of groundwater contamination.
Thank you.
Mr. Higginson.
Thank you. This is to either of you, whoever would like to answer. But I just want to start with, I asked the government recently how much they actually hold in security bonds or security deposits for rehabilitation of mining. It's in the category of mining, production and exploration authorisations, and it covers the whole of the state. And they gave me a figure of 3.9 billion in those security deposits. Is that a figure that you understand at the moment? I mean, I know we say there's not enough money, but is that a figure that you're aware of?
Oh, it rings true. One of my colleagues has been kind of updating our records based on some, like there have been over the past few years, definitely, and to be applauded, concerted effort to, by the regulator to increase the amount of bonds held by the mines, and it certainly has increased dramatically, over the last few years. There are still, as unanswered questions about whether it's enough. I mean, when you consider the scale of these these things and all of the contingencies and unknown variables, there are still. In 2017, as has been mentioned, the New South Wales Audit Office reviewed the system. There have been reforms since then, but not all of the recommendations have been met, and certainly we're not confident that the system is adequate to the task yet.
Yeah, I mean, 3.9 billion might sound like a lot, but when you kind of do the bird's eye view of the landscape and you look at it, you consider all those undergrounds south of Sydney, etc. And I mean, realistically, it seems like it's a pretty small amount in terms of the. I just want to go to the final voids, but at 2 points. I want to just go back to the final voids in a moment, and also want to touch on the First Nations issue that you raise. And we, in terms of the final voids, they're across the landscape. They're not just in the Hunter. There's some massive ones in the Gunnedah Basin. And when you talk about the impacts that those final voids are likely to have on natural water resources, are you able to just elaborate a little bit more on that? You touched on it, but what are we facing in some of these areas where we're impacting, whether it's the Namoy or the Hunter, these very, very important water resources that we continue now to rely on to justify continuing land uses, including agriculture, viticulture, all of these land uses, important ones. But what are the likely, I think it's hard to say, do you think there will be impacts that we haven't anticipated yet that we're likely to see over the next several decades around these final voids?
I think that's definitely a big risk. I mean, it's been hard to even get an answer out of the agencies who manage the mine leases and approvals about how many voids have been approved, how all of these, how it all integrates together, impact-wise, what the cumulative impact of these scores of large voids approved across, the Hunter and, as you say, elsewhere will be. Certainly one thing that we're calling for as part of a renewed kind of regulatory push on rehabilitation and an overarching coordination of it on a valley-wide scale here in the Hunter. But there needs to be some kind of study into the cumulative impact of these voids and what kind of management will be required of them in the long term, because they have been approved on a one by one basis, over many years without any consideration of what it might all mean in the long term. And I think George can talk more about the impact that voids have on like the regional water table, balance as well.
Yeah, when they undertake their assessments of the water impacts of each of the mines, they run their water models, and the impacts of the voids continue for 200 or 300 years after mining ceases. And that's because, as I described it, they act as a groundwater pump, essentially, because they're open to the sky, and evaporation is going to become more intense under climate change. The water is evaporating all the time, and therefore it doesn't reach equilibrium for hundreds of years. I mean, the actual equilibrium point varies mine by mine, but as Steve said, I think the reason why our submission was trying to draw attention to the need to understand the environmental legacy of mining on the whole is partly because, yes, some mines have run models that, understand the impact that they have in combination with an adjacent mine, one or two adjacent mines. But the impact on the Hunter catchment as a whole in particular, but certainly the Namoi as well, as you point out, hasn't really been properly looked at. There was a very good study done by the Department of Water, can't remember what they were called at the time, the Mid-Hutt and Groundwater study, and then the Hunter Regional, what was it called? It's a water... I'll think of it. Essentially, and they tried to understand the ongoing loss of the river to the mines and the loss of aquifer water. I think people need to understand that in the Hunter, Hunter Valley Operations is one of the largest mines in the region, and it straddles the Hunter River, and it's supposed to build an impermeable wall because it's coming so close, eating into the actual aquifer of the Hunter River, that if that wall wasn't there, the river itself would just start leaking, continually into the mine. And a similar impermeable wall for an alluvial aquifer has been proposed for one of the Namoi mines. So I think our concern is that, one thing we wanted to stress to the committee today is there's been a lot of decisions that have been made on a short-term basis. What are we going to be doing for the next 5 years? What are we going to do for the next 10 years? What we really encourage the Parliament to do is think, well, this is something that will take 25 years to set in place and then needs to last for a few centuries beyond that. And it needs to think about the impacts of climate change and the ongoing change in the environment that is going to occur as a result of the impacts that mining has had on water resources and biodiversity and the community. So we really hope that that's why we're advocating for a commissioner to kind of describe the situation as we understand it. What do we know about how mining, what the landscape of the Hunter and the Namoi will look like post-mining, and what do we need to know before we start handing out, development consents to new activities.
So a basic audit. We need to literally do a audit of the land impacts ongoing and capability before we can start, and that hasn't been done. But there is a lot of material out there in terms of what the cumulative impacts.
I think so. And look, we would also say that such a thing needs to look properly at the social impacts of mining as well, because, there's a lot of excited talk about, the amount of money that mining generates, and that is very true. The Hunter is the biggest regional economy in the country. But there is a lot of social disadvantage in the Hunter, in Muswellbrook in particular. Muswellbrook is in the lowest quartile for socioeconomic indicators in the country, and that's after 15 years of the mining boom. So it's not a story of unmitigated, financial success, and a discussion of the social dislocation and the inequality, I think would also be valuable.
Can I ask Ms Woods and indeed Mr Phillips also, you mentioned about the long-term environmental risk. Do you have a position on how best we deal with that?
Well, the first point is that it should most certainly not be the New South Wales public that's wearing the risk, that's carrying that risk burden. As George pointed out, there is legislatively in the Mining Act now there is a mechanism by which even if a leaseholder has relinquished its lease, the government can come after them for those costs, whether or not there still be an entity to go after.
That's the big question.
It's a question
or they might be bankrupt miraculously or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So certainly the Audit Office recommendation from 2017 is an important one that needs to be followed up. They proposed a sinking fund mechanism, whereby it would be the companies that obviously that paid money into this fund that they would not expect to get back, and that fund would be used to deal with any unforeseen post-mining lease handback rehabilitation failures.
Yeah, and look, I think, someone mentioned, the work that Germany does in this area earlier today, and I was reminded that the Germans have this phrase called the eternity tasks. They have a huge pot of money to spend on the eternity tasks of post-mining landscape management, which is basically, we know we're going to have to keep on monitoring, we know we're going to have to keep on weeding, we know we're going to have to keep on, dressing the soil, whatever it might be. And this is, it's ongoing employment. Like, neglect of rehabilitation is a neglect of an opportunity to give the hunter people responsibility for the land and a role in managing and restoring it. I mean, we have heard anecdotally from coal miners how much they enjoy when it comes to the part of the job that is, reshaping the spoil piles for rehabilitation. Like, it gives them a sense that they're making good, on the damage that the mine has done, and they love it. And we think that if the government properly costed, a genuine landscape restoration plan, that it could be part of the ongoing employment story for the region.
In terms of the security bonds, you were talking about this earlier. My understanding is that they are not released until so that mines aren't signed off by the regulator for many years after the mine has entered into care and maintenance. Is that correct?
Well, they can have part of their bond handed back if they have an area of rehabilitation signed off without having their whole site handed back. But as I think Martin Rush alluded to earlier in the day, it's unclear. Nobody seems to know of any former mine site being, completely signed off and relinquished vis-a-vis its rehabilitation obligations. So really, it remains to be seen.
And it's the care and maintenance is the term for when the mine hasn't closed but is just not operating, and so it's more relinquishment, I would say, would be the term you would want them as well.
Thank you. In terms of now looking at maximising the opportunities, and you mentioned earlier about the social aspects and looking at, the social value. Does Lock the Gate have a view around the potential benefit in allowing, say, a mixed use of a site, so that we are allowing, multiple land uses, if that makes sense?
Yeah.
I don't. Again, as long as it doesn't come at the expense of rehabilitation obligations and community and environmental outcomes.
We did.
Support.
A few years ago, we commissioned EY to have a look at mine sites in the Hunter according to their closure, legal closure dates that were, currently on the books then, and we sort of, took the sort of biodiversity, climate change corridor mapping and the existing offset sites that they had already committed to, and then had a look at a few infrastructure sites in the mines to say, well, this one is not in a biodiversity corridor, is close to the rail line, could be a potential industrial site of one kind or another. I think our main point on that, as Steve said, would be this is a case-by-case basis, and essentially, what the Hunter needs is an ecological restoration process and a very targeted identification of where things can be built, that doesn't come at the expense of the river and the landscape.
And I think one of the main points we'd like to get across here is that can't be separate from this post-mining land use, development reforms. Like the rehabilitation story can't really be separated from the what comes next on these sites story.
Yeah. And if I could just jump in again, sorry,
Please.
Mr. Val, you asked about our views about, how best to manage it. I think one of our disappointments with the current issues paper on the future jobs investment authorities is what the Hunter and the Namoy have suffered from when it comes to the mining industry is a sort of retraction of decision-making power and agency out of the region and into Sydney, where not only are all the mines state significant development and therefore, sort of determined by a different process, but so local government doesn't make a decision, but also local leadership of government agencies on biodiversity and water and health and, Aboriginal culture also lost responsibility for giving advice on those things. And our most important message to the committee is that giving the hunter community, the agency and control on this is the crucial thing. There will be lots of disagreement amongst people in the hunter about what to put in one place or another, but the difference that it will make for people to actually feel like, the region finally now gets to have a say and a real hand in its future is the most important thing.
And is this what you touch on, the importance of a place strategy? Is that what you're talking about when you sort of mention that? And how individualised is it that you think that needs to be?
Well, I put that in the submission because, because the regional plan did sort of raise the idea of changing the final land use obligations of the companies. And then we didn't really hear much more about it after that. And, but they said each of them would be done with this, singular place strategy. But I wasn't able to find any examples of that actually occurring. I don't know if they did at Philadelphia, but I guess, yes, we do think of this as quite specific to place. And I suppose there's this constant tension between everybody feeling like everything needs to happen yesterday and it's all about the pace and getting things rolling really quickly. And in our experience, actually involving people in, localised decision-making processes doesn't really actually take longer than, for example, a state significant planning process that ends up taking 8 years anyway, because people are objecting. But the difference in the quality of the outcome is substantial. So yes, we would err on the side of, the more particular, the more local, and the more involved for people who are directly affected by the decisions.
You mentioned in your submission also potential changes in the planning processes, but also new models of development that maximise local benefits, such as community ownership and profits sharing schemes. I just wondered if you had any examples of what those changes in planning processes would be, or any of the other new models of development that you've suggested.
Well, we weren't talking about observing changes, but requiring changes.
Sure.
Because we don't really think that the planning system as it's currently operates, provides for that essentially. It took the communities of the Northwest and the Hunter and the Central West a long time to get the social impacts of mining recognised in the assessment process, and for the mines to start, creating these community benefit schemes that they now, have to put money into. And the centralisation of planning decisions just doesn't lend itself to the decision being made in a way that understands what exactly it is that local people want and need. So, we work with a community renewables company in the Northwest called Jenny Energy, and they are very involved in the community renewables network, and have, we could possibly take on notice, specifics about how they see the planning process inhibiting and enabling community benefits and community-owned renewables. But that would certainly be, where we would want the system to go, is something that is sort of decided by local people and delivering something that is very particular to an area, because they are also different.
Yeah, thank you.
And more tangible results. One of the things we notice a lot in Muswellbrook is I guess disgruntlement about the the perception that a lot of the benefits from the mining industry are flowing out and not much is staying there. Part of that's the kind of the movement of decision making out of the area that George alludes to, but these reforms and the diversification of the industry in the area are an opportunity to reverse that, and I think will make local people a lot more welcoming of what comes next also.
Now, I know you've mentioned your views around having a regional commissioner, if you like, but in terms of an independent regulatory framework to oversee and ensure best practice in post-mining land use for both community and others, what would that framework look like ideally?
I'll begin, Stevie. Look, we've talked a lot through this internally and with other allies, and I think in general our view is it could be done multiple ways, as long as there was a sort of the key principles were there. So again, our frustration with the expert panel process and now with the Future Jobs Investment Issues paper is it sort of treats community as this sort of panel to be consulted, a selection of 6 people and that's our job done sort of thing, rather than saying, well, actually we need there to be community investment and buy-in and knowledge and ownership of this in order for it to work. So whether it is a sort of a coordinated effort among agencies, overseen by DPC, or whether, our preference is a statutory authority mostly because it's enduring, its own line item, in the budget. Whatever it is, it has to be regionally located. That's our main point. Would you say, Steve?
Yeah, and whether our proposed model is the regional agency that answers directly to DPC. So cutting out the kind of layers of various advisory entity that are proposed in the Future Jobs and Investment Authority Issues paper. We see, a more like the nuts and bolts work happening with an agency very much on the ground, that with minimal interference between there and cabinet.
But because the Future Jobs Investment Agency Issues paper didn't really put rehabilitation into the role of that authority, we do see the role for a rehabilitation commissioner as necessary if it's not going to be part of the remit. I mean, we do think that, as we've heard in the hearing today, there's supposed to be a hearing about post-mining land use, but it's actually about all these other things, it's actually about how we make energy, and it's actually about planning system, and it's actually about, all these other things. And so we do, we see that connection and would rather there be a system that, enabled all of the elements of it to be brought together.
So would ideally rehabilitation be in that role of the Future Jobs and Investment Authorities, or is it better if it's a standalone other entity?
We think there should be a coordinating agency in charge of the whole transition story, including the rehabilitation. But if that isn't the go, then there needs to be something separate. Yeah.
And when you talk about the need for something to be embedded in the community and the idea of being able to, as opposed to just having 6 community appointed people on a panel, are you talking, how are you talking about achieving that? Like, there's one thing to have, a local shop front in a community, but, are people going to necessarily access it? Is that the best way to do things?
Yeah, again, I think there would be multiple ways that the agency could go about its work. I mean, I think having the staff, the leadership of the agency in the region is the crucial thing. But it would need to be mandated to do public outreach, and there would definitely be a large proportion of the public in the Hunter that have consultation fatigue and don't want to have a bar of it. But, I think a demonstration that this thing was going to last, and that it actually had to get the public's views, because it had to be responsive to them, would probably, over time, overcome that cynicism, because I think the cynicism has largely been bred by processes that have run in the planning system where people feel like they've kind of had their say and been ignored, essentially.
And I think it's important to avoid that kind of panel consultation model, which we feel like we've seen too much of, where the community consultation box is checked by this, just appointing a panel which fulfills that purpose from now on, and then no one else in the community has any idea what's actually going on with it.
Yeah, so, I mean, we actually had a really hard time getting information, even through GIPA, about what the Hunter expert panel was discussing. And, it's supposed to represent the community, and we're like, oh, we'd love to know, the paper, we'd love to see the paper that you discussed, but no, we can't get it. So, I think that's partly what breeds the cynicism.
Ms. Higgins,
can I just go back to just the First Nations, and in terms of being allies, I noticed you've put that in your submission, and a couple of other submissions contain, the outcomes for First Nations people through this process. But I was just hoping you could kind of touch on, and I think maybe you did a bit, but there has been real resistance from First Nations communities to certain mining projects. And some of that resistance has been successful marginally, but a lot of it has been hard fought and not necessarily won. And I'm thinking of, certain challenges in court and those to certain mining projects. Yes, some run by me, some run by others. But what do we do now in terms of, obviously, First Nations people, but in terms of the loss and the impacts on First Nations communities? Do you think that's well understood, it's identified, it's articulated, or is that work that this inquiry should be also looking at?
It's definitely work that you should be looking at. I think we have encountered it articulated quite a number of times, actually, in relation to the Western mines, the Mudgee mines, the Wilpinjong and Moolarben and Yulin, and the other one.
There's a lot of them. There's
been reference made frequently in the assessment materials, and I think in our submission we referred to the Hawkins-Rumka exploration release process, to this sort of cumulative loss, of intergenerational loss of culture as an impact of mining in the area. And that's obviously happened in the Hunter. I guess we would say that there are two distinct and equally important elements to this, probably more than two, but there's at least two. One is the cultural heritage impact of mining, and so we've seen, big resistance from people in Gomeroi country against the Maules Creek mine because of the sensitive sites in the forest that it was clearing. Strong resistance from Wonnarua people to the expansion of the Glendell mine in the Ravensworth estate, and a number of other mines in the central part of the Hunter, and from Wonnarua people against the loss of Saddle Ridge to the Warkworth continuation project. And I guess that continual loss of not just heritage sites and artefacts, but also of landscape, should definitely be under consideration, and I think it would take quite concerted attention of the committee to tease it out, because certainly in Wonnarua country, the mines have bred a lot of conflict, and there has been a lot of conflict over the vision. But then the other flip side of it for us is that with the very large land holdings that are owned by the mining companies in the Hunter specifically, there's a lot of land which could be an economic opportunity for Aboriginal communities. I mean, a lot of land was taken from Aboriginal communities, not just at the first site of dispossession, when the English first came, but even in the 20th century in the second wave of dispossession that happened in the 1920s. So there's a lot of land, and everyone's just swarming around now going, oh, there's all this land, what are we going to do with all this land? And it's like, well, there's a fairly obvious option on the table, which is to talk to Wonnarua, Gomeroi and Wiradjuri people about what they think should be done with it.
Did you want to add something, Mr. Phillips, as well?
No, yeah. I think that's good.
Thank you. It's really insightful. Thank you very much.
Thanks. That's all we have time for this session. I want to thank you both again for making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. And the committee secretariat will be in touch with you with regards to any questions that were taken on notice. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
to our next witnesses. And thank you so much for making time to give evidence to the inquiry and for your submission. If I could ask both of you, starting on my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Sure. My name's Gary Booth, and I'll take the oath.
Chairman Wandara.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I'm the chairman of Wandara.
Beautiful, thanks. Please proceed, take the oath, yep.
All right. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
My name is Antonio Pantaloni. I'm the Director of Advanced Simplicity, and I will take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
The opening line of the Chair's forward in the industrial hemp industry in Victoria inquiry that was published in November 2023 reads as follows. Cannabis sativa, or industrial hemp, is one of the botanical world's superplants. The global market for industrial hemp is expected to hit around $18 billion by 2027. The main stakeholders are currently Canada, China and France. Double-digit annual growth rates are expected. This is not a cottage industry. Australia's potential within this space is immense, with natural advantages such as land area, climate, excellent farming, and homegrown technology that rivals anyone else in the world. Yet we're still a blip on the radar. I have with me today the chairman of Wandara, an industrial hemp company based in Townsville, Queensland, of which I'm also a special advisor to. The company is currently growing 100 hectares of industrial hemp for seed, followed by a plan to undergo a carbon credit methodology for the remaining biomass. The main focus, though, is to establish a manufacturing hub in North Queensland to process and value add to industrial hemp. I introduced this today to demonstrate that the information included in our submission is all based on previous experience, ongoing work, and businesses conducted either in Australia or internationally. Our submission to the inquiry took a holistic and circular approach to the design and integration of technology. We also tried to identify the benefits for the community, such as ongoing employment, training a new workforce for the green economy, creating new service and supply chains, and wide-ranging environmental benefits. I would like to highlight within our recommendation for the establishment of a sustainability hub, providing an important learning component and a prelude to a centre of excellence to further build knowledge in the areas of cannabis, sustainability, and the environment, to name a few. Our recommendations at this stage for advanced manufacturing address key issues of national concern, including food security, construction materials, sustainable fabrics, and environmental protection. The opportunity exists to manufacture Australian technologies, including concentrated solar thermal panels which can be implemented on-site to provide renewable energy and heat. Additionally, local manufacture provides important intellectual property protection. All of this supports national initiatives such as a Future Made in Australia. Our focus was clearly on the Mount Arthur coal mine located in the Hunter Valley of New South Wales. We see this as an opportunity to create a blueprint for beneficial and productive post-mining land use across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we move to questions?
Yeah.
Ms. Sue Higgins,
Thank
please
you,
proceed.
only because I'm a bit pressed for time. I understand now. I think that's... so your focus on the Mount Arthur was hence your focus with BHP. Was that the correlation there?
The correlation is that we are aware of...
sorry, can I ask, what is your relationship with BHP?
There is no.
Okay, yeah, I just saw something about you were promoting to make BHP the kind of a leader in the green.
Well, that's their site.
Yes.
So obviously if we are looking specifically at their site as a blueprint, they would effectively be able to take that pathway and becoming that leader in the vibrant green economy, as I think we described it.
And can I ask, have you had any uptake? Is there relationship happening there?
It's still very early stages. I mean, we've made the submission, and now we're at the hearing, and from here we will see what happens.
Yeah. So very, And so in terms of the sort of, the Wonder Plant, and I disclose, I have actually, as a farmer, I've actually trial cropped hemp, and our experience was very much, it was much more difficult than we were in fact led to believe. How do you think, that what is required for the uptake of, people in the landscape who want to be part of this? What will be required to get this plant as a product up and out of the ground so that it is in that part of the regeneration capacity of these post-mining areas? What support is needed?
So our experience particularly with Wandara, I think I mentioned that the focus now is to build a manufacturing hub.
Yeah.
And we've discovered that farmers are quite happy to look at a new plant like hemp, and particularly large farmers with land and experience. The Hunter Valley is actually an area that grows hemp at the moment. But the question becomes, what happens after you grow it?
Yeah.
Where's the offtake? And what is that offtake going to do? So in our opinion, by becoming the offtake partner, the person or the company that can take that hemp after it's grown and transform it into something that's valuable and able to sell onto the market and create a business from that, is encouragement to farmers, knowing that they will be adequately paid and remunerated, to look at it as a crop or as a rotational crop, as it's quite a good rotational crop, to then encourage the industry and promote the industry.
And you could say, without, it's remained within reason a cottage industry to a lot of people, unlike, say, cotton and other crops where you've got large gins and processing facilities, and hemp will only be a byproduct, if you like, unless there's proper facilities built to turn it into or transform it into a product that is high value for domestic market and also for export, which it can do. There's strong demand for this sort of product in Japan and Korea and Asia. But for any Australian farmer or group to realise that they need a business to sell to that can give them stability, know they're there next year. And as Antonio said, with intellectual property, understanding how you can take it from one product and transform it up to another, and also process that crop without the right facilities, it's just going to be a cottage industry.
And so are you suggesting, so under your model, and forgive me, so under your model, where do you say the direct investment in that comes from? Are you saying it should be the mining corporations as they wind up, or is it through the levies and the bonds that then, what is the financial model? Because absolutely, I'm with you. I kind of have look, and so are a lot of us. We know that the power of hemp and for food, fibre, and its land regeneration capacity. I'm a devotee, so to say. But no. So this is why I'm asking. Even somebody like myself who had capacity, put crops in, that sort of thing, you get to a point and it stops.
Correct.
Because there's nothing happening in New South Wales. So where does it? Who starts that next spot for?
The short answer, I think, would be it's not something we've discussed or contemplated, but we are more than open to have these discussions with the miners, with the various government bodies, with industry who would be looking to come on board, provided that the scenario works for them.
And so therefore you're suggesting that this inquiry, and I think that's pretty clear in your submission, this inquiry, when we are talking about the post-mining use of land, this needs to be well and truly in the mix in all of those local discussions that we're having.
100%. It's also a great rehabilitator of land. So that's it marries rehabilitation. When you talk about the Hunter Valley, we went to the last hemp conference, which was in the Hunter Valley, 3 days worth. People flew in from offshore. We had various universities there, CSIRO and groups, all talking about the potential, but the lack of processing was holding the whole industry back. So in Canada, it's going forward in leaps and bounds, same as in France. We can do better we've got a better climate than both those countries. The issue is we don't have the infrastructure to actually make it happen. So in the Hunter Valley, which is the ideal place, climate-wise, transport-wise, population-wise, that's where we'd like to be if we could possibly be, and we could rehabilitate the land. We could achieve multiple outcomes. So that's really what we're talking about.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. What sort of capital costs are we looking at up front to establish, the required processing and things that are also needed in order to make this viable, just following on from what Ms Higginson has asked?
Well, to begin with, we'd really have to take a step back and look at things like data, the scope of works, have more site information. So, to be frank, we couldn't give you a real number now, because if we look at things like a decorticator, a decorticator can range between $600,000 to $2 million. And it comes down to what they do and how they do it, size, etc. So until we could really scope out exactly the size of potential crops, not just on site, but those around, the ability to grow the industry, etc., how far we would look at processing and doing it on site and bringing in technology partners, I really couldn't give you an accurate figure.
Would you like a ballpark figure?
Ballpark's great. Anything?
You wouldn't?
You wouldn't.
Okay.
It's too. I apologise. It would just be too hard to give a ballpark without contemplating this a little bit further, and we would be talking out of turn to just throw out a figure and potentially have that on Hansard and then be caught with it.
Mr. Booth's chafing at the
in
bit.
terms of the North Queensland experience, if I could just ask you to reflect on that. Have you got any examples there? I'm not sure how far progressed that is in establishing some of this other infrastructure. But have you got any other examples there on how that was achieved and what were the sort of obstacles that you had to overcome along the way, if you like?
Well, look, you need this. In Queensland, we've got the support of the Department of Ag and Queensland Treasury. We've also got a lot of First Nation support, because that's actually they're important to us for providers of farmland. And in fact, last week on Friday we had probably one of the leading advocates from Queensland here in Sydney. They're all flying to Sydney, but to talk about what they want for their people, and effectively how we look at providing not just education but working with them to grow crops so they're self-sustainable in their own right and become skilled farmers, and he says, that's what they want. They want independence. They want to be able to be proud of what they do. But the only way that can happen, again, is if we actually build the type of infrastructure there for all farmers to have an off-take company that can transform that product to high-value products, including, home, we can make floors and walls and roofs and all sorts of stuff out of hemp, but also medicines, health products, and carbon offsets into soil. And I guess there's hundreds of different outcomes, but if you're asking about Queensland in particular, we have a site next to Townsville City, near the port, and we've got a lease on a large shed, if you prefer, big, reasonable complex, and we're building some furniture. A business from Austria is coming here to do
Germany.
Oh, from Germany. Sorry, yes, to build things like plates and packaging. Yes, out of hemp.
Sustainable packaging.
Packaging, and the other business up there is building products out of hemp. So the whole idea that you can grow a home in a paddock, which is pretty much you can with hemp. So you're able to. When we talk about product shortages in homes, we can. A good industry can supply all that. So.
And just to also add on to that,
much.
Please continue.
A lot of the we are also engaged with NAIF at a federal level.
Okay.
Being North Australia, we're in the region for them to look at a loan. A loan to help us build that infrastructure out.
And were you able to use, given that we're looking at post-mining land use, were you able to use any of the existing infrastructure that was on site, any of the, or would that be a possibility indeed with any of the
in the
Hunter Valley?
Well, within the Hunter Valley, it's definitely possible from what we know so far.
Mm-hmm.
With regard to Queensland, everything's pretty much been a greenfield
build out.
Wandara is engaged with one of the mining companies up there to look at using hemp to rehabilitate their site, and we're also looking at how that partnership would work. We have moved that along quite a lot. Mount Isa mines, as you may be aware, are closing down, and we've been invited in to have those discussions. However, looking at the Hunter Valley, and again, obviously we specifically looked at Mount Arthur, is because we know there's a lot of infrastructure there that would really fast track this and that we could really benefit from.
And what infrastructure is that you're requiring?
Well, access, so for example, roads, train line, the sheds that are there. Now, we're not fully aware what's actually in them yet. As I said, this is still very early stage for us.
Sure.
But we would expect that there would be equipment that we could take advantage of. Also the land area that would be available, water access. So there's a range, and the fact that we would be able to take crops that are grown and process them literally a couple hundred metres away, massively beneficial from a cost perspective.
In terms of the land use, have you done any work on, concurrent land uses? So say, you've got an existing mine, but you've got a portion of buffer land that for example, and is that a possibility at all?
It is something that, just on our point with regard to mine sites in North Queensland, it is something that we are currently discussing.
Sure.
We haven't actually moved ahead with trials as yet, but it is a very, very strong conversation that's being had.
In terms of the research as well that I noted you undertaken with UTS and Murdoch University, has any of the findings of that been made available in terms of particularly remediating coal mines or ash dams?
With regard to Murdoch University, they've published a number of papers around this. So they've done work with regard to rehabilitating a island, I can't remember the name, off West Australia. And then there was some other work done specifically with mine sites and tailing dams done within Western Australia. So all their work so far that I've mentioned has been published within the scientific realm.
Thank you. In terms of the resilience, now you talked about being able to build a house from hemp. I note in your submission you talk about them being tested to various international standards. How long do they compare how long do they sort of last compared to your traditional materials that we sort of use to build homes now?
Generally speaking, as long, if not longer. In particular, with regard to one of our technology suppliers, he recently ran a fire test with the CSIRO. CSIRO?
With CSIRO down at Bega. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So he ran a fire test where the external panels, and obviously it's using his IP around his formulation to build these panels. So, each manufacturer will have their differences.
Sure.
So they ran a test where where the external walls were heated to 1,000 degrees?
1,400.
1,400 degrees. They charred. They didn't lose any structural capacity, and the internal wall, the temperature raised 4 degrees.
From 26 to 35, I think, went
Okay,
inside.
so
yeah.
about 9 degrees.
And that's over 45 minutes. And they did have 2 steel bars on the outside of the house plus 2 big hemp bars.
Yep.
The steel bars marginally twisted, the hemp bars remained intact, and they basically, if you scrape them back, you're back to, they charred on the outside, but they were structurally sound, and it outperformed what the guy who's the scientist who put all this together, plus the CSIRO. It went way past their expectation of a home that is effectively fire. It didn't have windows, to be fair, because they want to test it, but it was fireproof.
And just on that point, with regard to the actual manufacturer, they are an existing business. So this is not theoretical. This is a company that's been in business in Australia for 12, 15 years?
Yeah, and they're quite a large buyer of hemp from southern New South Wales and in Victoria. So it's this is one of the companies that's at a leading edge of production.
Sure.
And we have a strong relationship with them and with some others. So, which I'm probably going off topic slightly. So that's why the infrastructure that we've seen so far in the Hunter Valley would be ideal for housing this. But that's
in terms of the cost associated with producing these sorts of construction materials, how do they compare?
The manufacturer claims it's about half the cost of traditional materials, and so it seems like almost too good to be true. Half the cost and more sustainable.
It does.
We saw the house that they built, and so it's not the traditional rammed. You've got the hempcrete houses. That's sort of the low end of the. That's not what they do. It's quite high tech stuff. And we went to the University of Melbourne and discussed what we'd seen and what they'd done, and they said, look, they'd worked for years trying to emulate what they'd done but couldn't do it. So this is an all Australian technology.
Just to add to that, so having seen the production process and understanding the relative simplicity, and again it comes down to their own formulations and intellectual property, but fundamentally the production process isn't overly difficult, and obviously I can't disclose what that is, but their biggest factor becomes the availability of hemp at the standard at which they want.
Okay, and so there are examples, like just for the committee's information, there are examples of these industries that exist and that are, manufacturing, construction materials in New South Wales.
Yes, there are.
We could supply some of the materials for you to have a look at if you like, but they're, it's to produce an industrial scale product that exceeds the recommended specifications at a price point below, and it's domestically produced at a price point below the imported like type product.
Has it been certified?
That's a good question. Well, I think they must be because they're building them in.
Let's take that one on notice, and
Okay.
I'll speak to the manufacturer. But the fact that they're being sold in the Australian market would make me think that there is
The
certification.
question that I've got is that if it delivers the performance that you say it does, one, I imagine it's been certified. Two, what's stopping its greater rollout other than your testimony that it's in fact the availability of hemp, I guess, to produce more of the product. So yeah, I've got some queries as to how we've come to these conclusions.
Fundamentally, what we see is two barriers. The first one you've mentioned is availability, or an availability of hemp. Not just an availability of hemp, but the availability to the specifications that manufacturer want.
Right.
And then secondly, it's a matter of market perception. So does the market accept panels made from hemp? We're slowly getting there.
I mean, I would imagine that the market would have no qualms about accepting a panel made from hemp, provided the figures that you've outlined are demonstratable, certified, and repeatable. And I think that's where I perhaps have some scepticism, given that if it's delivering the performance and benefits that you're indicating, then it sounds remarkably it seems remarkable. There we go. Let's use that.
Look, the material itself traditionally has always been incredibly unique. It's strong. It has a range of benefits. We don't have to talk about the history of hemp. So being able, with modern technology, to turn that into something that is reproducible, as you said, with all these exemplary specifications and attributes. Thank you, Gary. Is not impossible and is done. I mean, but when we talk about market acceptance, and I understand your point that if this product is so good, why isn't everyone taking it? And I'm saying, well, it's also a matter of getting the message across that it's made of hemp. There are still people who can't differentiate between hemp and marijuana. They are two distinct products, but there is still a market perception that, oh, hang on, if my wall's made of hemp, well, am I going to get high? And that's sadly the fact at the moment.
Not for us. We have a very loud advocate in our chamber who doesn't stop banging on about it. So.
Right. In terms of you mentioned the availability of hemp being obviously one of the limiting factors, well, a large part of the limiting factors. In terms of what you're proposing, just so I'm have my head correctly around it, that would assist in addressing that part of the problem, but also would require the use of infrastructure in order to maximise. It's no good having a giant hemp farm at the BHP Mount Arthur site. You need to have also then the other processing and other capabilities in order to make that a viable exercise.
Correct.
It would make it a viable exercise not only for the site itself, but for the industry as a whole. Mm-hmm. The Hunter Valley is a really well-established hemp-growing part of New South Wales, and providing that infrastructure to off-take that hemp would be a great benefit to the existing farmers as well.
Okay. And to the local community, and science and research, the whole lot.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's all for my questions. I'm just looking to...
No, I think
the Honourable Wes Fang.
You've done an amazing job,
Beautiful,
Chair.
thank you. But just anyone online, I don't think Mr Buttigieg had any questions that he indicated to me. I'm sure Sue would have had more. She looked like she's very sad to leave. Thank you very much for making the time to give evidence to the inquiry today. Our committee secretariat will be in touch with you with regards to questions that were taken on notice also. Okay. Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay.